Super question. Taylor Swift grew up on what type of farm in the Lehigh Valley? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Melissa, see if we get the answer. Hi, Melissa.
Hello. Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Melissa. Can you do me a favor and tell me what type of farm Taylor Swift grew up on?
Yes, I believe it's a Christmas tree farm.
You're correct.
Oh, my God. That's perfect.
Christmas tree farm. Melissa, hang on. We're going to give you a 4-pack, a VIP 4-pack of tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street, Manayunk, for this Saturday, October 21st, featuring over 50 live scare actors, production quality sets, props, and special effects. And you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk. Tickets and information at LincolnMillHaunt.com. Got several entertainment stories to run by you. We'll start with this during another interview with Hoda Kotb on the Today Show on Monday. Jada Pinkett Smith clarified she and Will Smith are working hard on getting back to a life partnership.
Oh, shut the f*** up.
This is going to be enough of this.
Yeah.
After she had confirmed in an interview with Kotb on Friday that she and the actor have been secretly separated since 2016.
So now they're going to get back together?
Yeah.
Well, these are completely conflicting messages. So that they've been separated. And she says she was stunned that he referred to her as wife during the Oscars. And now this apparently is some sort of healing that's going on. And it's I don't like it.
She said there's no finding another great love, and I think that's the point.
What?
Really concentrated on healing the relationship between them, and there's no divorce on paper, she said. She explained that she came into a husband-wife marriage with very specific ideas that were blocks to me seeing Will as who he is, she said.
Shut the f*** up, huh?
She said he can't be this perfect, ideal guy husband. I have to be able to accept him for the human that he is.
Yeah.
And he accepts me for the human that I am.
Well, that's a start.
And we want to love each other there.
They've acknowledged that they're both human. That's a step.
That's step one.
Yeah.
So,
now committed a relationship. That's the hard part.
it's their thing, so who knows? You know, I mean, they've vacillated between open relationship to super duper in love and a couple to we haven't been together since 2016.
This is all part of working on it. Yeah.
So
I think it's a bunch of hooey.
Yeah. Suzanne Summers, former co-stars Joyce DeWitt and Patrick Duffy reacted to the news of the star's death in separate statements to people on Monday. We obviously reported this yesterday. She died on Sunday at the age of 76, one day before her 77th birthday. So Joyce DeWitt said, "My heart goes out to Suzanne's family." She said they're a very close family, deeply connected and caring one to the other. And I can only imagine how difficult this time is for them. And I'm sure that Suzanne was greeted by angels into the loving wisdom waiting for us all on the other side. And I hope that will assist her family's hearts in healing as they travel through this difficult time.
What's Joyce DeWitt up to these days?
Don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Patrick Duffy, by the way, who played her on-screen husband in Step by Step, said that he was stunned by the unbelievable news. He said she beautifully passed through my life on this leg of her endless journey. My task now is to remain on the roadside as she continues on, adding that he'll miss the phone calls, the emails, the visits, and the meals and laughter.
Yeah.
Three's Company was such a huge show for not only me, but anybody who kind of grew up in my generation. My son didn't know who Suzanne Summers was, and I was explaining to him it's Three's Company. And then, like, I just stopped there because the controversy that was
of what it was at the time.
Yeah.
Man living with two women.
Right. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it was huge, right? It was the whole conceit in the 70s. A lot of people, I think for a brief period, it might have been banned in Boston. It was
Probably.
It was so controversial.
Yeah.
It was based on that British show, Man About the House, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And of course, he had to pretend he was gay in order to, because he needed the living condition, or for whatever reason, he didn't have a place to live. So, like, I'll just pretend that I'm gay. And your landlord, Mr. Roper, will be okay with that.
Yeah.
But my friend Jen, she shows me a picture. She goes, I'm devastated by this death. And she shows me a picture that she has of this piece of art hanging in her house. And I'm looking and I zoom in on the picture and I'm like, I don't get it. I'm like, I was like, is this Suzanne Summers on the cover of Life magazine? No. It is a picture that the three of them have hanging in their apartment on Three's Company.
Oh.
So it's a picture of us. I don't even know who it is, but it's the cover of Life magazine of a woman who's kind of like dressed up like a butterfly.
I don't remember that.
And that's the picture they have in their house?
That's the picture hanging in their
that's
apartment.
committed. Yeah.
That's a big picture.
Nothing for the Regal Beagle?
No.
I guess not. Wow. All right, how about this story? Robert De Niro is giving credit where credit is due regarding his 6-month-old daughter, Gia, whom he welcomed to the world earlier this year with his girlfriend, Tiffany Chen. He said having children doesn't get easier. Now, he's 80 years old. He's doing an interview with The Guardian. It was published yesterday. He said, it is what it is. It's okay. He said, I mean, I don't do the heavy lifting. I'm there. I support my girlfriend, but she does the work, and we have help, which is so important. I don't think he can pick up the child.
No,
I think the
that's
heavy
what he's
lifting
talking about.
is actually picking up the baby.
If the diaper is loaded, he can't pick it up.
De Niro has 6 other children whose ages range from 11 to 51.
Wow.
And there's a 6-month-old in
I got to
there.
pick up the kids. I'm picking up the 51-year-old after school.
I mean, literally, the 51-year-old could be a grandparent to
his youngest.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Wow, that's a spread.
When asked what he likes most about being a father, the actor said, all of it. With a baby, it's different to with my 11-year-old.
The hell's he talking about?
My adult children, my grandchildren. He said it's all different.
He's a sick son of a bitch.
80 years old. Yeah, he is a sick son of a bitch.
Hang on. Where is you sick? There it is.
You sick son of a bitch. You blew it.
All right, so moving on to some other things. Romance rumors surrounding Pete Davidson and Outer Banks actress Madeline Klein appear to be true.
Yeah.
According to Entertainment Tonight, the pair were photographed holding hands as they arrived at a Saturday Night Live after party over the weekend. Klein was also spotted in the audience during the show, which he had hosted, of course, because he hosted the show. The things between Madeline and Pete seem to be getting more serious, according to a source. They said Madeline sat in the audience next to Pete's family while he hosted SNL last night. So that appears to be happening.
So he was he was supposed to be the host prior to the writer's strike,
right?
Yes?
Yeah.
Right.
He did a good job.
They followed through?
I thought he was a really good host. And Preston, I know you kind of go back and forth on him, but he memorized his lines. I thought the the cold open. Thank you. Yeah, with the talking about Israel and terrorist attacks. I thought it was really heartfelt and delivered well. I thought he did a really good job as a host.
Nice. So we have some Taylor Swift news.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Kind of, sort of.
Besides the Christmas tree farm?
Besides the Christmas tree farm.
You know she's got a song called Christmas Tree Farm? Go ahead, Preston.
No, she has a song called Christmas Tree Farm.
Yeah, because I was like, well, as you asked that question, I'm like, does she even have a Christmas album? So I looked it up, and she's got a song called Christmas Tree Farm.
There you go. Well, she's also helping to light the fire between Gigi Hadid and Bradley Cooper.
Oh, my God.
A source told The Mirror that
I'm a quiver.
Taylor is a total romantic and loves playing Cupid for her friends, adding that she let the pair stay at her 8-bedroom property in Rhode Island. They said even though Gigi and Bradley have their own properties in New York, they wanted somewhere more private to spend time, getting to know each other, and Taylor was only too happy to help.
It's got to be hard to get a woman interested in Bradley Cooper.
This comes after the pair were spotted returning to New York City in the same car, and both were photographed carrying weekender bags after they left the vehicle. And I'm sure it's hard to find a man interested in Gigi Hadid, too. So
oh, that old fire plug.
it's a good thing that she stepped in to help out. So what? Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
It's on her. It's
Nick found a picture of Gigi Hadid on a gigantic red inflatable ball.
Yeah, it's her Instagram account.
That's my ball.
Yeah, we should get a giant inflatable ball.
She's nearly topless in this photo. They're like,
Is that the one? That's the one that lives around here, right?
Yes.
In New Hope?
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend. Remember, my friend had a play date with her and her kids.
How,
like
was
a
she
mommy
there?
group.
And was she conversive?
Yeah. She said
Did she have a little baggie full of Cheerios?
I don't
Probably,
know. I don't know.
Probably.
She said she was fine, like just fit in with everybody else. I think the whole group is a little Gigi Hadid-ish.
All right.
But she said it was cool.
So we never get any traction with the Hadidish or there's a couple of people here that are celebrities that will don't come on the show, will never come on the show.
Well, if somebody wants to lend me their baby, I'll go to the next play date and get her phone number.
Can't you dress Jace up as a little baby?
It's like a little girl.
Oh, he's very big for his age.
Casey has the song Christmas Tree Farm from Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Debuting.
Son of a bitch!
I was gonna say I see a Preston and Steve holiday video coming.
We should do that.
Oh, yeah.
And Preston, I can take like a big thing that's snowing and go in
Yeah.
your face.
We'll go to Connor's Christmas tree farm, not the one that he owns because he doesn't.
That's our next
He just
Hallmark
works
movie. Connor's Christmas Tree Farm.
that he doesn't own.
Yeah.
All right.
John Connor's Christmas Tree Farm that he doesn't own.
Oh wait, no, that doesn't sound Christmas. You need sleigh bells.
Okay.
Right.
And then once you have sleigh bells, then it's official.
Do you have them?
I do.
All
As
right.
a matter of fact. You just gotta give me a second.
You
All
suck.
right, here you go.
Going to Connor's Christmas Tree Farm that he doesn't own. It doesn't work.
Nah,
Not as good as Taylor Swift.
gave you time to drink your coffee there, Preston.
Thank you. This.
It's like the daytime shows, like the Regis used to take a big swig of his coffee and there'd be silence. You know,
I like the idea of doing a video to that song.
Oh, okay, good,
Kathy.
perfect.
I do like that. All right, Dean McDermott appears to be moving on following his split from Tori Spelling earlier this year.
Oh, I was.
Dean
did they
McDermott is Tori Spelling's. He actually, I guess, came from the world of motocross.
I don't know. Every
he
time
was
I
a
hear his name, I
director.
always think of Dylan.
Dylan Mulrooney or
Mulrooney,
Dean
yeah.
McDermott or Dylan McDermott or
Well, apparently he hosts Chopped Canada.
all right.
And he was photographed holding hands with Lily Kalo, who works as a senior account executive at Conscious Community Global in Los Angeles. They appear to be working on a project together.
Oh,
with the
exciting.
organization, yes.
rocking the entertainment industry.
The source says Dean has been dating Lily, but it's not super serious yet.
Well, why would you be with him?
So he and Tori Spelling were married for 17 years. They
Yeah.
have 5 kids. So
And I don't think there was 1 second where he ever appeared to be into it.
oh, really?
Ever. Every
Not
family
once.
photo looked like it was a hostage exchange going on.
Wow. So actor Sam Neill, he's wonderful. He recently spoke to Australian Story and gave an update on his battle with angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma, which is a rare form of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The 76-year-old explained that there's no reason for him to waste time researching his disease, and he'll leave everything to the experts. He said, I know I've got it, but I'm not really interested in it. It's out of my control. If you can't control it, don't get into it. After his diagnosis, he went through 3 months of chemotherapy before treatment stopped working, and his tumor continued to grow, and then switched to a rare anti-cancer drug, which apparently was successful, and he's been in remission for 12 months. He requires infusions every 2 weeks indefinitely. And he admitted that the few days following treatments are very grim and depressing, leaving him feeling like he's gone 10 rounds with a boxer, he said, but it keeps me alive. He said the diagnosis made him realize how immensely grateful he is for life. He said, I started to think, I better write some of this down because I'm not sure how long I have to live. And I was running against the clock. He decided to write vignettes from his life, while receiving chemotherapy, which led to his memoir called Did I Ever Tell You This? And he wrote the memoir in hopes of leaving his family a sense of me.
I love this guy. I love that sort of cavalier attitude that he has. He seems very self-deprecating. And I mean, I'm glad it's in, listen, it's not wonderful, but at least it seems he can manage it.
Yeah. He said he's prepared for cancer treatments to stop working one day, but he's not remotely afraid of death. Instead, it's retirement, he said, that fills him with horror. He explained that dying would simply be annoying because he's got so much more that he wants to do. He told the outlet that this cancer thing has just made him more focused on making the most of his time, noting that he's so pleased to be awake every morning.
Preston, was there anything in that report about... he posted something about it 8 hours ago, and he says, please ignore the conflated stories in the press today. I didn't hear anything, what you were just saying, that sounded conflated, but he says in this most recent post that he says, please be assured, I am firmly in remission. I plan to remain so for years to come. So
he's referring to, there was a sort of a not a conflicting, but a misreported story that he had come out of remission.
I see.
And so I saw that posted yesterday.
Okay.
He wasn't saying that. He was saying that the drug has him in remission, but he's prepared for the point in time where it won't be.
Yeah, he's like, look, I'm going to die, from this probably, and some people might take that as he's dying right now.
Right.
Gotcha.
So there you go. Millie Bobby Brown, she is ready for her next chapter. In a profile published by Glamour magazine on Monday, the actress said that she's ready to say thank you and goodbye to Stranger Things.
So, we want that next season, damn it.
Oh, yeah. She says Stranger Things takes up a lot of time to film, and it's preventing me from creating stories that I'm passionate about. While also highlighting all that the show has given her, including, quote, the tools and the resources to be a better actor. During the interview, she commented on being called an idiot and a brat by adults.
I get that all the time.
During the Stranger Things press tour when she was 13 years old. She said, we're kids. We talk over each other. And I was just penalized for over-talking and oversharing and being too loud. She said, that's hard to hear at 13. I said, our brains physically have not grown yet to diminish and particularly and practically stunt someone's growth mentally, strip them down, tell them, hey, listen, you don't look great. Why are you wearing that? How dare you think that you can wear that? How dare you say that? So she said she kind of got beat up a little bit.
It's like the way Bill talks to us.
Yeah. How dare you?
What did you say? What does that mean?
She's, I was looking at her pictures on the cover of Glamour. She's just gorgeous. She's just a beautiful young lady.
Would you have ever guessed that, the first season of Stranger Things?
Not at all.
I'll tell you what, I would like to see another season of Manola Holmes.
Yes.
I enjoy that show.
It's a good show.
Yeah, and she's very good.
I agree. This is fun. Danny DeVito reveals in a recent interview that he and Mara Wilson were planning to reunite for Matilda in concert. And that was before the SAG-AFTRA strike began. He said, Mara and I were planning to perform Matilda live with the New Jersey Philharmonic Orchestra just before the strike hit.
I like that movie. He directed it.
He did. He said, we had it all set, but after the strike hit, we couldn't proceed because it would be seen as a promotion for a movie. However, we're still planning to do that. We're going to watch a movie with David Neumann score and try to do it sometime soon, as it seems the strike may be coming to an end, I hope, he said.
What is she, 51 at this point?
She's definitely an adult, for sure. So that could be fun.
He has said that that's his favorite movie of all time that he's ever been associated with.
Really? Matilda?
All the movies he's ever done, directed, been a part of, starred in, whatever, that's his absolute favorite.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, good. It's a passion project for him then. Kelly Clarkson opened up about her fresh start in New York City. During an interview with USA Today, the singer detailed moving her children and the Kelly Clarkson show from Los Angeles to New York City. She said, I'll be real honest, I thought that I was making a horrible decision. I knew I needed a fresh start and couldn't be in L.A., and I really wanted to be in Montana, but you can't really do a show there quite yet. So I was like, the only other option would probably be New York.
Well, she's not stating the obvious. She wanted to be geographically friendly to us.
Kelly's relocation followed her divorce from talent manager Brandon Blackstock in 2021 after 7 years of marriage. The former couple share 2 children. She shared that she and the kids traveled to New York soon after she was awarded primary custody in March 2022.
So, Kathy, in the jump ball between Drew Barrymore and Kelly Clarkson, who wins? Who do you like more?
Oh, God. Drew Barrymore.
You're a Drew Barrymore fan over Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, Kelly started to annoy me. Yeah, no, I'm a Drew fan.
She said, I genuinely love it, meaning New York, and I love that my kids love it, adding that the house she was renting was something nice. Elsewhere in the interview, she opened up about struggling living in California. She said, full disclosure, I put on a smile a lot of those times because I was struggling a lot in my personal life. So I've learned a lot about what I'm capable of handling and also what you should not handle. And that was me saying bye to The Voice and having this big move. And I love that family. But I was like, I'm struggling. I can't smile anymore. I don't feel like smiling.
This is ripping me apart.
Season 5 of the Kelly Clarkson Show released yesterday. Yesterday. It was the first season to be filmed in New York City. So that's why she's doing the interviews and things like that. So she starts anew.
Well, you know what that means, Preston?
In New York. What?
Karaoke.
Karaoke.
Oh, yeah.
More songs. Yeah.
I know it's your favorite.
Oh, absolutely. Our prep, one of our prep services provides the song every day.
No
I don't
kidding.
know what radio station out there is playing the song every day.
I didn't know
But
that.
stay away from that.
I do like her Christmas song. I mean, after Mariah Carey did her thing, it was like, well, who's going to have like a brand
Is her
new...
song good?
Yeah.
It doesn't involve a Christmas tree farm?
It does not, no. Just, sleigh bells and stuff.
Does she mention Connor once in that song?
Not even one time.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't own the Christmas tree.
It doesn't matter. It's an inspiring story.
All right. One last story. Speaking of inspiring stories, Tyler Perry is coming to the aid of a 93-year-old woman at risk of losing her South Carolina home. It's a home her family owned since the Civil War era, and he's doing it by buying her a new house.
Now get out.
The actor filmmaker is building Josephine Wright a 5-bedroom home in South Carolina to replace the one that she's living in with her grandkids. Which is also at the center of a bitter land dispute. His construction crew will break ground on the home in the coming weeks once all the permits are squared away. He had pledged his support to Josephine back in July when he caught wind of her legal war with the Bailey Point Investment Group. They wanted to buy Wright's land in Hilton Head, but she doesn't want to give it up because it's been in her family for so long. BP then filed suit to seize control of her property. Wright said how BP got approval from the town to develop 29 acres of land behind her home and says that she turned down the offer to buy her home. Once Wright declined, she claimed BP started harassing her, leading to a lawsuit to rip away the property that she says her family's owned for that long.
Right. Bastards.
One of Josephine's grandkids organized a GoFundMe to help pay for her legal fees, and a September update on the page says a tree fell on the home and opened 2 holes in the roof. But now she's getting a brand new place courtesy of Tyler Perry.
He's a nice guy, man.
He's a nice
Very
guy.
generous man.
Yeah. All right, let's do our clips. In Loki, we follow members of the Time Variance Authority as they navigate the multiverse. Here, executive producer Kevin Wright talks about the evolution of Loki and Thor's characters in season 2.
I think there will, hopefully, and I can't say this too much without spoiling where this goes, but I think there is a great piece within both those characters where they are now in the MCU. And there's something that maybe that would allow them to be closer than they've ever been.
I don't give a
New episodes of Loki season 2 every Thursday on Disney+. Here's our next clip. The new drama/horror flick, Appendage, is about a girl's inner thoughts physicalized into a monstrous creature that threatens to upend her life. Here, director Anna Zlokovich talks about using practical effects rather than CGI.
One of our stages, I think it's stage 2, had 6 puppeteers, as well as someone doing the voice, as well as somebody like controlling the eyebrows. And, it is no joke. It is serious business. But to me, it's really, really worth it because the effect of it is so visceral. And I just haven't really felt that way yet with CGI.
All right, and Appendage is streaming now on Hulu if you want to check that out.
I do like to see a blend of practical effects with, sometimes when something's over CGI'd, I just tap out.
Yeah.
So I do like to see that blend. It works better, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, that's the last bit of entertainment news that we have for you this morning. All right, I'm going to mention something. I'm not going to give this away now, but at some point today, do we have a couple of these?
Oh, yeah.
At some point today, I'm going to give away some passes to an event that we are involved in on Thursday. And I know what you're thinking. The Phillies game is on Thursday. Well, this ties in with that. We, the Preston Dad Show, are receiving an award from Cora, the charity foundation. And it's called the Cora Love and Action Gala. But it's also a Phillies watch party because it's coincided with that early first pitch.
They're no dummies. They realize you can't go up against it, so they've turned it into a watch party, which I think is very smart.
Yep. So we will be there receiving an honor.
Yes.
And there's food and beverages and all that good stuff. It will be at the Hotel Monaco in Center City.
And we're receiving between pitches, correct?
Between pitches, we'll receive our awards. You have 20 seconds to give your acceptance.
And what a way to keep us to a clock.
That's a great place, though.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to give away tickets to this. Not at this very moment, just giving you a heads up on this. But Cora is recognizing us, the Preston and Steve Show, and it's a really cool event. And they're tying it in with the Phils, and they're going to make it a watch party too. So
ultimately, Cora is such a great organization, so anything to help and support them.
Absolutely. So listen up for your chance to win those tickets. We have more Flyers home opener tickets tonight, and just a bunch of stuff. It's Stat Tuesday, and several guests on the program. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. A lot to get to on this weigh-in Tuesday morning. Stay with us. Another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on, because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher,
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a $54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. the contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was.
Oh, that's Aronimink.
No.
Oh, Marion. Sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! All right! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far, so I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county. Man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the ball.
I will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh my God, what is it called?
No, Go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
It's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. A statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift card?
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Later on this morning, few guests on the show. Joe Gatto is going to be here with or joining us for his show coming up. He's not with the Jokers anymore, but he's got a show. We've got Tat Tuesday. We have the Cash coming up and all kinds of stuff. And my God, was that a dominating baseball game last night. Nick was there last night, and that's how you open things up.
I mean, they started strong. Zach Wheeler pitched really, really well, and the crowd was so fired up. But then
the first pitch to Schwarber, come on.
Bottom of the first was Schwarber. And Ben, I took my son. It was his first postseason game. I didn't get to take him to any of the games last year, and he hadn't been old enough to go to any postseason games when they had the run from 2007 to 2011. So last night was his first playoff game, which was really cool. And
he's going to think it's that way all the time.
I think he's wise enough that hopefully he doesn't feel that way. But Steve, in between the top of the first and the bottom of the first, he leans over to me. He's like, Schwarber's going to take one out on the first pitch. And I was like, dude,
Shut up.
I swear to God. And so very first pitch. And he was like, I called it. Now, in fairness, he says that a lot.
Right.
But he actually did call it last night.
Yeah. That's when you turn to the person who says that, you turn to him and like punch him just for no reason. Dude, boom!
Yeah.
You know?
And then Trey had a couple of good swings, and then Harper on his first pitch absolutely crushed
Unreal.
it.
His birthday?
Yeah, on his birthday, 31st birthday, yeah. So,
a lot of people had the happy birthday signs.
Yeah, it was a lot of celebrating Bryce last night. It was another wonderful atmosphere, and you just can't beat being in that ballpark in the postseason.
And then after all that excitement, then Castellanos goes, excuse me, fellas.
Yeah.
Hello.
Remember who's been hitting home runs here?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go Oppo here.
Dear God, yeah.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
I'm just very, very curious as to how he manages Like, does his son go to school here? Because
he's homeschooled.
Oh, good.
And he lives in Florida with his mom most of the year. And the reason he was able to be at so many games this summer, Liam, was because it was summer, summer break or whatever. So his mom brought him up to a few of the games last week, and he saw his dad hit 4 home runs last week and then another one last night.
Have you ever, I mean, I'm trying to think of like, listen, I love my father. I love him more than I can express in words. But has he ever done anything where I was so proud of him?
No.
My dad fought in World War II.
Yeah, right? My dad wasn't. No.
Yeah.
And my dad was supposed to fight in Vietnam, and then he got sick.
Well,
and then
he got called up to the majors.
Yeah. So,
No, you listen. It's different levels of things. So I understand.
My dad found a really good parking spot one time.
And he was free. He was with the Manson family.
Yeah. I watched old footage of my dad playing college football. That was pretty cool.
That's cool.
But it's still, I wasn't there
to
when
see it.
this moment happened 5 times. You know what I mean?
It's amazing.
Apparently the noise meters, the alerts of the noise in the stadium were going off last
111
night.
decibels.
I feel like I
they
can
said
hear it from my house.
It would be comparable to putting your head down to a revving motorcycle engine.
Is that what they said?
Yep. That loud.
I love when they have footage outside of the neighborhoods in South Philadelphia, and you can hear people singing in the background. You can see the fireworks going off. By the way, the fireworks displays at the ballpark, like just for home runs or the seventh inning, God Bless America in the 7th inning, and then when they win. They're great. It's not like it's 4th of July, and they have really good fireworks displays, just during the regular season.
How early did you get down? Because, Brazier, and you got to hand it to the Phils, too, and the organization, putting together that sort of tailgating festival before. Were you down there for that? Or
I was, yeah. So I got down there at 6:30 last night, and I really prefer getting there early. And then if you're going tonight, God bless you, because it is going to be a zoo at the ballpark and the lake and the Wells Fargo Center.
Is this going to be one of the, in the history of all our time here, I mean,
there's been times where there's been a concert and 2 sporting events going on.
So I'm trying to remember that. Maybe I just blocked it out.
Marissa?
Yeah, Steve, in I think it was 2008 or 9, there was an Eagles game.
There was
a Phillies playoff game and a Who concert.
That's right.
2008, when they won the World Series, there was an Eagles game and a Phillies game on the same day. My brother had done both.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. And I believe that might have been World Series Game 5, Part 1.
Gee.
Okay.
It might have been.
And what was so different about that was before the teams kind of acknowledged each other. So if you were at the football game, it literally said, there are other events in South Philadelphia. Please exit immediately after the game. Instead of like, congratulations, Phillies. Think about the traffic.
Yeah,
that
was a weird time when the Eagles management was kind of jealous of the Phils. Yeah, everybody was.
Last night, the Kelsey brothers were at the game.
Yeah.
And they got a huge ovation. And I posted, like, as a joke on my Instagram, hey, where's Taylor? And some people thought that I was serious when posting it. I don't care if Taylor Swift's at the game or not. It'd be neat to see her. But if she's not, I really don't give a crap. But people are like, you go watch the game. Don't worry about Taylor. I was like, all right, pal. Just I'm watching the game, and I was having a little fun on my Instagram account.
They were
everyone's first thought for a moment, the second they showed them in the box, whether you care about that or not, is where's Taylor?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, you're gonna think it.
But they were in when they showed them, they were in conversation. Like it just was cute to see the two of them together. It looked like they were enjoying. They were in on a conversation together. It was nice.
Wait, my first question was: are the Chiefs on a bye week?
They played on Thursday,
right?
And he stayed in New York. Travis did to hang out with Taylor on Saturday night. He went to SNL, did a little cameo on SNL on Saturday night.
But no, they're not on a bye week.
Okay.
And so he came down to watch the game, the Eagles game.
But there was a bunch of Eagles actually in that suite.
Well, Tuesday is their day. Probably they're still their day off. It used to be anyway for years.
Yeah, I think you're right. But Dawn Staley threw out the first pitch, too, and she took a photo next to the Kelsey brothers. I didn't realize how tiny Dawn Staley is or how tall those guys are next to each other.
She was small. I mean, she was a guard, so yeah.
Yeah, Travis is 6'5"?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's 6'5".
Well, yeah, because Jason's only 6'2".
Yeah.
But for an offensive lineman, that's on the shorter side or whatever. But Travis
He's 6'5" and says Jason is 6'3".
So 6'3".
Nick, where were your seats last night?
I was in 132, and actually, if you guys were watching, there was a moment where Trey Turner swung and let go of the bat and went launching. That landed about 10 yards from where we were. There's a tunnel where the ground crew come out. And so we were right up against that little tunnel. And so we saw it. It was... I couldn't believe that it went over the fence, over the netting.
And when that happened, they were interviewing the manager at the time of the Diamondbacks, and so they just sent over to a shot to a crowd, and I didn't know. I'm like, is there a fight over there, or what's going on?
I want to fight you.
And then they replayed it and showed the bat flying out into the crowd.
So I want to fight you. It went over the netting, and then it narrowly missed a few fans, and then went into that little tunnel where the grounds crew come out, and a grounds crew member picked it up and then tossed it right underneath, like there's a little tractor that the Fanatic rides out on sometimes. He put it under there, and then somebody from the Phillies organization came in, got the bat, and took it back to the dugout.
Gotcha.
But yeah, great seats, and thanks again to John Brazier for being awesome. And I get to go. I've been to 3 games this postseason. We were talking yesterday, Preston, off air about if they make it to the World Series, about going then. They're not cheap, but they're worth it. I don't mind spending the dollars for a night like that.
Well, you're going to see big Thursday night at the watch party.
That's right. Yes, going to watch it with you guys.
Well, they're in Arizona anyway.
Yeah,
I know.
It's a 5 o'clock start time on the only 5 o'clock start time. We have an event going on.
Of course. But thankfully, they've turned that into a watch party. We can watch a game, which is cool. And we'll do some tickets and invites. It's a Cora event coming up.
You know what I think is crazy is that last night, probably the entire state of Texas was watching the game, because the Houston Astros are going against the Texas Rangers, and I assume that takes up the allegiances of all Texans. Does it not?
You would imagine,
right?
Yeah. I mean, my dad is out there, so they're. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
Again, I think they're more football. I mean, it's the Cowboys. Way at the top of the heap.
Yeah, but everybody comes out of the woodworks. I mean, when you're talking about the American League or National League series,
I guess
that's when all the I don't want to call them fair weather fans, but the people that aren't dialed in all season long.
The human scum.
Yeah, listen, I'm guilty. I mean, I baseball I'll passively watch from time to time through the regular season. But once it gets to this time of year, I'm all right, I'm all in. I'm watching it.
Well, let's put it this way: you're in the Radio Hall of Fame. You've had other fish to fry.
Damn, Skippy.
I was so heartbroken after the Phillies, Eagles, Union, and Sixers last year that I took a break from all the sports up until August. Yeah, and then that's when I dialed back. But I still look at all the box scores and all that stuff. So
the wild thing tonight is this soccer match, which to me is no pun intended out of left field.
60,000.
Nick, you were 60,000.
Oh, wait, have they sold
That's it?
60,000 tickets?
I think so.
Yeah, well, the link holds about 70. Chuck and I were talking about this last week because we don't know how many people are going to the Flyers game. It is their home opener. I'm guessing that it has to hurt attendance for the Flyers game tonight. But let's conservatively say 14 or 15,000 at the Flyers game, 60 plus at the link for the soccer match, and then 45,000 plus at the ballpark.
I'm sorry. What are they doing anything at the Flyers game afterwards? Are they doing any sort of
all I know about the Flyers game is that they moved it up to 6, for the puck drop.
Well, so this is going to be a major log jam on the way in and out, and because there are different start times for each event, I think, right?
There are.
Yeah.
They're staggered, but not enough. I think they delayed one of the. What did they delay?
Well, Flyers got moved up to 6.
Right.
The link, that's at 8, and then the Phil's game is at 8:07.
So if you're playing it tonight and you weren't doing mass transit, how would you?
I think the Link game is at 7.
Did they move it up?
No, I think it was always at 7 because I had that sponsor in traffic.
If I wasn't doing mass transit, wow, that's a good question. I mean, the hardest part is getting out of that main general area.
Yeah. The waiting is the hardest part.
Yeah,
it is.
You're buttressed against 95.
No, it's 8, Kathy.
It is?
Yeah. It starts at 8. International friendly between Mexico and Germany.
Okay.
So I don't know what my strategy would be. Sit at home and watch it there. That's the best way to go.
Well,
could you? Well, and people talk about this. It's almost like the same thing with the airport. Is do you drive fairly close to the area, or maybe, and then take an Uber?
Well, yeah. No, that's what they're offering. The Broad Street line is free, and then they're offering flat rates of $5 to park at some of the PPA parking lots, and then some of the other parking lots are going to discount. And yeah, that's pretty much what they want you to do is park in the city, and then you can take mass transit and go down to the stadiums.
Would you do that? Would you park in the city? And
I don't know. I don't know what I do. I mean, I'm so
you'll get in and out
happy
quicker.
to avoid all of this.
No matter what you do, you should psychologically prepare yourself for a sea of humanity.
It's leaving after the event is what kills me. And
that's
and
when you make your friends.
There have been a couple of times where I've been at like a concert and I'm like, man, this is too good. We're staying to the very end, and we do. And then I get out in the parking lot, and I can't tell you the exact shows because I've been to so many shows in my lifetime, but I've gotten to a point where we've stuck to where I'm like, this just ruined the night. I was having a great time. This was a wonderful night until now, and now I'm miserable.
Now I'm going to need therapy.
Yeah.
Getting out wasn't awful last night. It was actually a lot more difficult last week for Game 4. But Preston heading north on the Blue Route, where 95 merges the Blue Route, they decided to reduce that down to one lane. So we're
that's great.
Construction started at 11 last night, so we got there just in time. So that was backed up by like past McDade for like 4 miles. You're like, really?
You know what they should do? Hand out construction rally towels.
Yes.
Yeah, just
Why
to make it.
not?
I hope that they adjust that, especially for tonight.
Yes.
Knowing everything that's going on, and the city is adjusting. They're doing this, the $5 parking and some free rides and stuff like that. I hope they adjust some construction, because there are going to be plenty of people that still drive in and don't take mass transit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Preston, the parking in the city and going, like what you were talking about, being just jammed and sitting in a parking lot after an event. If you do that, then you can walk to the Broad Street line. You take that, and and then get to your car. At least you're.
How
you're
crowded
moving.
is that going to be? It's going to be massively
it'll
crowded.
be crowded,
yeah.
but you'll probably get out quicker than the people trying to drive out.
Yeah, at least you can walk around a little bit if need be while you're waiting for the train, and then obviously it's going to be sardines once you get on the train. But it might be better than just sitting. And what bothers me about the traffic after an event in a parking lot is a little game you got to play of trying to wedge in front of this car to get next in line to move to that part. And oh my God, we have to turn up there, and then there's 2 lanes coming in from that. And how are we all going to merge together? And that's where it all falls to crap.
Well, that's where common decency goes out the window, and it suddenly becomes Mad Max.
Yeah.
I have to compliment SEPTA. They did a great job. I always stay. Now they play Dancing on My Own, and then they play High Hopes. So we left after Harry Callis sang High Hopes. And by the time we walked to the SEPTA, there was an express train waiting and a local train waiting. And we maybe waited like 7 minutes or so on the train.
So you went to the game last night?
I did.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Will the smart move, is the smart move to leave after the second inning? Is that
yeah.
But you miss all the good stuff, but you get home and no problem.
Well,
It's
yes,
good.
Preston's been saying they've been waiting a lot of the real meaty stuff in the beginning of the game.
But that's a little.
Yeah, they make sure they've been doing that mainly for us early risers, and by the 4th inning, pretty much all the excitement's over.
Last night was a little different than tonight. Tonight there's going to be way more people, so I think you are going to wait. But it might be beneficial for you to try to take SEPTA, try to take some sort of mass transit to get at least down that way.
You know what you do? Go down with the kiosk and sell poop knives.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
I want the knife.
What the hell?
It's from the Golden Child.
Yeah.
I want the knife.
Please.
I
want the other one where it's like,
Is that that's not a very good movie.
No, I loved it.
I watched it again, surprisingly, and Naked's still not good.
Yeah, but you know what it was at the time? There was a really, really pretty woman who was who played opposite of.
Was it Ray Dong?
No, it's just some Asian woman.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her in anything since. But at one point, she gets wet from some pipe burst.
Yeah,
and then guys, I'm 12 years old. It doesn't take much, right?
She was a very attractive woman. I think she was a former Bollywood actress.
Was she?
She was attractive, and they played that up. But of course, it was also Eddie Murphy at the height of his career. One misstep.
He wants the knife, apparently. So yeah.
I want the knife.
The poop knife.
Oh my God. So anyway, to reel this back to the
traffic,
the traffic and everything.
What was the longest you have ever waited to leave an event?
Oh, Casey knows. It was at the Fish show,
the
right?
Fish concert. Yeah, I mean, I think I had a full on sleep while we were still in.
How many hours?
Oh, 8, 9, something like that.
Oh well, Did you brought this up before then, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a terrible from beginning to end, bad experience because they just got so much rain up in Vermont, and it was like 80,000 people descending upon this tiny little farm town.
So that was going to happen.
So it was going to happen, but that was waiting to get out sucked. Waiting to get in wasn't that bad because waiting to get in, it was just a slow rolling tailgate party.
Well, it always seems to be the case. It seems to be when you're getting in there, it doesn't seem because there's also the anticipation that is helping. Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
And now it's over and you're leaving and it becomes more arduous.
Real quick before you go, Kathy, somebody texts in and says, we pack sandwiches and Gatorade and just hang in the car afterwards and sober up till traffic is gone.
There you
That's
go.
From, Bill and Steffi in Edgewater Park.
I saw a bunch of people doing that last night, post-game tailgating and just hanging, and why not?
Well, I mean, that's like a ton of people do that after the Eagles games. I mean, that's part of it's like the after the game tailgate because people have to sit in that traffic. I am forever leaving events early to avoid the traffic. And even if I miss the best part of it, it's like to me, I kind of have to do it.
Kathy, I don't think I've seen the last 2 songs of a concert in years, and I try to meet her, judging by the time. Sometimes you miss out, but you see the bulk of it. But every time that I've said, let me just ride it out to the end, what the hell?
Yeah.
I end up cursing myself.
Unless it's a weekend, then I will do it. And I recently sat. I think it was the Ed Sheeran concert. That was like atrocious trying to get out of that parking lot. And then what was the other one? There was another one that I sat in, but that one
Tiffany.
was Billy Joel.
Oh,
that's what it was.
yeah.
Because I parked where I thought the exit was going to be.
Oh man,
dude, so angry. It was opened. It was opened when we parked there, and then came out of the concert, and they wrapped a chain around it, put a lock on it, and plenty of people had done the same thing that I did, and there was
bolt cutters.
Steve, somebody cut it.
Oh yeah,
somebody cut it and opened it. They were so pissed off.
Yeah.
We were like, "Oh my God, is this really happening?" And then I was actually able to leave that way because it was open at that point.
So
Yep.
the Eagles had a Thursday night game this year. It was their home opener, and I left in the third quarter because and by the way, third quarter, it was like 10 o'clock at third quarter.
Yeah.
And Kath, I watched the game because those games are on Amazon Prime, and I watched the game as I walked back to my car.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And was it still on by the time you got home?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm jealous of you guys a little bit for leaving early, although I love staying. I can't. I feel compelled to stay.
No, and I
there's like a part of me,
appreciate
like,
that.
I can't get out of there, and like I don't know if it's guilt or like I feel like I need to be there till the very end. And then I lately with the Phillies stuff, especially because they keep winning at home, the post game stuff at the Phillies game is a lot of fun too. Watching the crowd sing along, watching the Harry Callis stuff that Marissa was talking about, like I enjoy that camaraderie. And so like to me, there's a nice vibe being there afterwards. But yeah, I can't leave early.
Yeah, if I don't have to work the next day, Kath, I'm like you. All right, okay, I can hang and do this. And I went to a Fish concert in Hershey. And it was in 2000. And me and all of my friends, we were sitting in the stands, and the concert was over. And it was one of those, like, mind-blowing concerts. And we all sat there. We were going to let the entire stadium pour out. And we're just sitting there, just minding our own business. And then some dude just starts barfing. I told you guys this story before. Like 23 years ago, I probably told you this story. But this dude is walking down from behind us and starts throwing up and walking at the same time. Then he decides to turn down our aisle and essentially chases us out of the aisle.
Vomiting behind you?
Vomiting. And
well,
I'm
that's
like,
one way to get you out.
What are you doing? Like, dude, barf that way where there's nobody. And we ended up leaving. And it ruined, like, what we were attempting to do, which is just chill out and let everybody disperse.
Is there a way, the same way that amusement parks have your waiting in line activity,
something afterwards?
Something afterwards?
I don't know.
Or is that only exacerbating the issue by having people hang out and dawdle?
Maybe,
dawdling.
I don't think enough people would wait, if they did like a post movie or something like that, up on a screen.
Right, a movie.
I think now everybody goes to Xfinity Live and waits to see the players pop up on the thing. There was a photo the other day where we've all been seeing the players on the balcony. Then somebody put the camera the other way, and there was like 1,000 people just staring, waiting to see the players appear. It was almost like the Queen's coronation.
Wow.
I had the one of the things that I hated leaving, but I did anyway. was Rush, one of my all-time favorite bands, was playing their very last show in Philadelphia, period. This was their retirement. They didn't brand it that way, but everybody knew this was their final tour. But the next morning, we were broadcasting live from Hershey.
Yeah, I remember that. And you had Max.
Intern Max. He's a massive Rush fan as well. And he agreed to drive me back to Hershey, Pennsylvania, so I could sleep on the way back because we had to get up at,
That's right.
3:45.
There was no way you could miss that, though.
And I wasn't going to miss it, but
you had to leave early.
We left before the final encore.
Did you find out that you missed a song you would have desperately
Well,
loved?
I knew what the playlist was.
Okay.
And so I knew when they started Working Man, this was going to be the last song, and we met up and we took off and we skipped. So I heard some of it on the way out, but I did not stay to the very end to see them take their bows and do all that stuff. Which, that was the last time I ever saw
Oh my God,
the band.
Paul McCartney joined them on stage.
Dude. The greatest things in the world happen after you leave.
Yeah.
Of course.
I tend to leave. I would say 99% of things I leave early. And I think it's just because I don't deal well with crowds and, the lawless nature that can be.
Yes.
Absolutely. Just as, and it's so stultifying to stand there and have.
I try to play by the rules.
Just to move in inches. I'm like, I gotta move.
Not everybody plays by the rules.
No,
and some people are really, really rude about it.
I almost got into it. Got out of my car and.
You're going to move that wheelchair or what?
Well, no, but and this is years ago. This is probably 20 years ago or more. But I was with my brothers, and there were two lines of traffic, that were intersecting at a 90-degree angle. And some dude just cut the entire thing in half and went at a 45-degree angle and cut off, I don't even know, 100 cars. And I was like, I'm not having this, man.
That's when you get out and flip the car over. It makes you furious.
Yeah.
When there is, it's difficult enough to get a crowd to start to go into some sort of progression, and then when someone decides to upend everything, you want to kill them.
Yeah, I got clipped leaving a Sixers playoff game this year, and Ben and I were driving out together, and Casey was the same kind of thing. Like, the guy was just being aggressive, and he was trying to break the rules, and it was quite literally, Steve, it was like I go, you go, I go, you go.
That's it.
And everybody was following those rules except for this guy, and I got out in front of him because it was my turn, and then he clipped the back of my car, and he was ultimately he was apologetic about it, and he paid the bill and whatever. But at the time when it's happening, it's the absolute last thing you want to have.
Well, now your long wait to get out is complicated because now you've got to stay even longer.
So let's give away a 4-pack of Flyers opening night tickets right now.
Well, you're getting there early.
Really selling this.
And leaving before everybody else.
Listen, we said get there now.
We'll take caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. You get to see the home opener tonight against the Vancouver Canucks. You have been warned. And what time's the puck drop?
6 o'clock tonight.
All right, so it's an early start. So, and all fans get a Flyers opening night T-shirt presented by Fanta, by the way. And you can go to PhiladelphiaFlyers.com and get tickets for that event.
So, Preston, they had a media night for the Flyers last night, and they were allowing members of the media to hit the horn because they reinvented the locker rooms. There's a lot of new amenities within the Wells Fargo Center. So Ben and I are hanging out, tossing the ball in the parking lot, tailgating for the Phillies game, and we hear the horn continuing to go off inside the Wells Fargo Center. They're ready to rock for tonight.
Hopefully, we'll be hearing it a bunch tonight.
Yeah.
Did they debut that Snyder museum that
I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't been inside yet.
Yeah, there's some sort of little
homage to him.
Yeah,
that's cool.
We'll give away those tickets now. A little bit later on, we're going to give away tickets to the Cora Out Gala, which is taking place Thursday night. It's an event where we're receiving an award, but it has now turned into a Phillies watch party as well. So we will do that in a little bit. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget it's Tat Tuesday. And when we return, your first chance to win $1,000 with Crumb Bum Cash. So don't miss it. We'll be right back. The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from, and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir.
Wow!
Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamony's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right.
Yeah!
Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshamony Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
It's an 80
points
difference.
separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well,
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
there's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kathy.
I know.
Sorry, you want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Ramar.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow, okay, see, and this is where the strategy comes into
Yep.
play. Casey,
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Captain. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
You
play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but
you even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No, you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then, right.
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy
wins!
Oh, my God! Oh, my freaking God!
Bucksco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won. Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say, to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now,
we don't have to
I'm
do it.
clearly
Now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch. Ain't gonna be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. And I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
So
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think,
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to
We
do
don't
it
have
now.
time.
But maybe
Okay.
next week we can go
Yeah,
through some
we
of the
can go through
questions
them.
because
We'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that.
okay.
So
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and they call them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be, because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name, or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section in case you
Jesus
asked
Christ.
me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude,
Listen,
do
and
you
it
see my
wasn't
study
until
sheet here?
Look at his study sheets.
it
there.
wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin Katie texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar.
Shop-a-rama.
I remembered because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really?
Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,000.
93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
And that keyword is exclusive. EXCLUSIVE. And we're going to give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do it. Through WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 459 911, and one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you do indeed answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it's sponsored by Horizon Services. So let me give you that word one more time. It's exclusive, EXCLUSIVE. Come and get that money.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. A teacher in Kansas was fired after joking on TikTok about, quote, saving up his farts for the classroom and farting on students.
Oh, I like that teacher.
Stephen Taylor, who has worked as a teacher for 6 years alongside his career as a stand-up comedian, was fired from Olathe's Mill Creek campus alternative school in September.
Is he a science teacher?
I don't know.
Because that could be a methane experiment.
He made a series of videos on TikTok after joking about farting in the classroom. He said, I save up big, milky, lactose-intolerant farts, and I drop bombs silently because I'm an adult and I know my body. And he added, and then I just let it stew. In the clip, the teacher also said he, quote, crop dusts his students regularly.
Oh, my God.
And he also describes messing with his students and even teaching them wrong information. He said, I tell my students the wrong thing all the time when they annoy me. I tell them that Abraham Lincoln invented the car, and that's why they named it after him. Ironically, he signs off of the video saying, and you know what? They can't fire me because they need me too badly. Well, apparently the school board members didn't see the funny side. They launched an investigation into the teacher who insists he never actually farted on his students. He claimed the videos are all just part of his comedy routine, which he argued was necessary to continue as a second career because of the low wage that he is paid as a teacher. He was asked to remove the videos and review the school's social media policy, which instructs staff to maintain, quote, the same level of professional responsibility, discretion, and professionalism expected in any other form of communication. He responded by calling the policy outdated, arguing the social media policies are designed for MySpace. They are years behind where we are currently at in the world, which is TikTok. Everyone is on it. I don't think he gets it.
No, he doesn't get it, yeah.
He signed with an agent the day that he was fired and has no immediate plans to return to his teaching. He has 30 stand-up comedy gigs booked on his aptly named The Teacher Shortage Tour.
Signed with the best fart man in the business.
Now, in the UK, an IT teacher has been permanently banned from his profession after he repeatedly watched pornography with his students.
Again, these are two exemplary teachers.
Bolain Kareem was caught on several occasions allowing his students to access and view pornographic materials on an interactive whiteboard teaching misconduct panel had heard. At the Medway Secure Training Center in Kent, he was caught in the act trying to enlarge images and play porn videos to his students.
Look at that nutsack. Extraordinary.
On one occasion, he was even seen watching porn material alone with one student while laughing and joking.
Oh, I do believe she's going to be his regular Saturday night thing.
And teaching misconduct panel has now banned Kareem from ever teaching in the country again, saying his actions have brought the profession into disrepute.
Well, there's an opening with the fart teacher.
Yeah, right. I think he can segue right over to that. He had additionally pulled up footage showing students simulating sex acts during his lessons, or someone they had pulled up pictures, a video of that. The panel heard that though some of these acts were observed by the teacher, the students were neither admonished or disciplined for their behavior.
I love when the teachers will use their own laptops for PowerPoint presentations or things that are going up on a screen, and you'll see tabs open that are like porn sites. That's happened a few times.
Kareem was not present for the hearing and was not represented. Police in Tewksbury, Massachusetts are investigating after someone threw a dead raccoon onto a parked car. At about 4:09 a.m. Wednesday, police received a report from a resident that she discovered a dead animal on the windshield of her car.
He sleeps with the raccoons.
Responding officers found a raccoon, which appeared to have been run over by a vehicle on the windshield of the car.
Wow.
And after looking at Ring video, police determined that an individual walked onto the property around 12:30 a.m. with a black plastic bag and dumped the animal's body onto the windshield before running away.
But that only happens if you're good.
Police removed the raccoon from the homeowner's car and properly disposed of it. Anyone with information is asked to call police.
Yeah, we're watching the footage.
Yep. In Colorado, authorities say troopers were contacted after 20-year-old Mason Jack reportedly called 911 to report that he had shot his father. And police say the victim suffered a single gunshot wound to the abdomen, had to be flown to the hospital. Police say Jack told troopers that that he and his father had reportedly been visiting at a relative's home when they were helping clean out the garage and do some yard work. Police say that according to Jack, the two began arguing about some of the lawn equipment, specifically a weed eater. And Jack claimed that he left the relative's residence and went home only to find his father to follow him, where the argument reportedly escalated.
What was the big issue with the weed eater?
It wasn't working properly.
Oh.
Police say Jack admitted to telling his father to get the F out of my house. Troopers say the victim then reportedly followed Jack into another room of the home, where they then both pulled out handguns that they each had holstered.
I'm going to kill you.
It's the weed eater.
It's whacker.
Eater.
Whacker.
That was the argument.
Yeah.
One calls it a whacker, one calls it an eater. Police say that and then a third guy comes in and says, it's a trimmer.
You sons of bitches.
Police say the two reportedly engaged in a brief standoff before they each allegedly reached for the other's gun, and a struggle ensued. Troopers say the two reportedly dropped their weapons, and the struggle became physical, with both men striking one another. Jack reportedly fled into another room, where he admitted to retrieving a secondary weapon, a .357 Magnum revolver, and returning to the previous room.
Wow.
Jack claimed that during the struggle he lost his glasses and he couldn't see what his father was doing, but believed that he was looking for something.
He can't see without his glasses.
Jack?
Put his glasses on. Put on his glasses.
Jack admitted he believed that his father was attempting to retrieve his gun, so he fired one shot from the revolver.
See how things can escalate when you're doing regular gardening?
Authorities say the victim reportedly suffered multiple moderate abdominal injuries to his stomach, wall, and colon, and his condition is unknown. The son is in jail on a $50,000 bond, by the way.
You know what, though? It was worth it.
Yeah, I think it was worth it. All right, and then one final story. This is a fun one. A North Texas family's trip to see some animals up close ended with a scary moment on Thursday. Carrie Hill took a trip to the Fossil Rim Wildlife Center with her 18-year-old, 15-year-old sons, and 1-year-old granddaughter. The Wildlife Center, which is home to dozens of different kinds of animals, allows guests to go on a self-guided tour where they can feed the animals. Hill said that her family parked by the giraffes when one of the animals stuck its head through the sunroof. A family member took a photo of the moment. Hill says shortly after the picture, the giraffe appeared to lose its footing and fell onto the Kia Sorento.
Wow.
The animal then panicked, flailing its limbs, and broke the windshield in the process. And I mean caved it in, dude.
How much do those things weigh on average?
They've got to be over 1,000 pounds, I would think, right?
Them,
They're
right?
so big. No one inside the vehicle was hurt.
I feel so stupid.
But Hill says that they were covered with shards of glass. Fossil Rim says that it does offer guided tours where guests can visit the park without having their own vehicle. As for Hill, she says the incident could have turned tragic.
Tell them they can call Safe Light Repair.
But feels fortunate that it was only the car that was damaged.
Safe Light Repair. Safe Light Replace.
She did file a claim with her insurance company and had to explain what happened. She said, I think it was hard for them, as anyone, not to laugh, but they were professional about it. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you as the music fades this morning.
Beautiful.
All right, you've roughly have 5 minutes to enter the word exclusive now. EXCLUSIVE for MMR's Crumb Bum Cash. Remember, we are in the final week of that, so make sure that you do that right about now. I know people are doing that. Should I give away one of these?
Yeah.
You can do it?
I do.
So Thursday night, the Preston and Steve Show receiving an honor at the Cora Love in Action Gala. And we know the Phils are playing in the NLCS on Thursday. In fact, it's a 5 p.m. show. So our friends at Cora have turned this into a Phillies watch party as well. So we'll be able to watch the game at the event as the award ceremony is happening. It's not going to intermix with the game too much. And it's going to be at a really cool location. We are going to be at the Hotel Monaco in Center City. If you would like to go, I have a pair of tickets for caller number 22 at 215-263-WMMR. And Cora each year recognizes individuals or organizations who have selflessly dedicated their time, talent, voice, and resources to empowering families, transforming communities, and affecting positive and lasting change that inspires others to take action. So you can get tickets by going to Cora, LIA, which is love in action.
Right.
2023.givesmart.com. How about we put a link to that on PrestonandSteve.com? Make it a little bit easier, but you can get tickets to the event. And by the way, Senator Vincent Hughes is going to be there. Sherry Lee Ralph is receiving an award, and we are receiving an award, which is pretty cool. So caller number 22, we're going to take care of you. We having tamales next.
Oh,
is that what's going on?
And some sweets as well.
And some sweets, too. Foxy Lady Chef is here this morning. And if you started watching the show Lessons in Chemistry, we're doing something in conjunction with that. When we get back, we'll have a guest to bring on board here in the studio. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us, please.
And 60.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown.
Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both
Fitzpatrick.
of us. Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No,
or
I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and
McElwain.
House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's our.
What else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful. Oh, she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know, The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got
she's
a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
Some kids. I'm gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs
tight.
on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
in Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
I did. I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does? He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's
He's
true.
out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even,
This
Dudley
real.
Jamin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
like
You
Jamin
got
better.
yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jamin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jamin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just a
however,
general
though,
fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
Because it's sad.
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
things
Right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't
really
look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains a to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve.
22. Man, do we have a lot to give away today.
Yeah.
We just did Crumb Bum Cash a little while ago. We're going to do that again. Your chance to win $1,000. We will have more opportunities to be on board with us at the Cora Love and Action Gala, which is now turned into a Phillies watch party on Thursday night. Should be cool. So listen up for those tickets. And Tattoos Day today. Another chance for you to earn a Preston Steve Show themed tattoo. So text the word tattoo to 39333. We're going to welcome a guest to the studio in a sec. Let's take a look at traffic, though. See what we're dealing with for now. Kathy, what's going on so far this morning?
95 southbound stop between Academy all the way into the Vine Expressway. This is right lane construction that's causing that. North on 95, slow from 452 to Curlin Street, Schuylkill Expressway. Eastbound backing up 202 into Gulf Mills. And then from City to Montgomery, you are just crawling. And it is because of a disabled bus that's right in the center lane that's causing that delay. Westbound side jams from Bear Avenue to Girard. The Boulevard out to Belmont, Blue Road to Gulf Mills. An accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound has a jam Route 1 to Willow Grove. It's in the left lane. Also westbound jams from Willow Grove to Fort Washington. 30 bypass eastbound, heavy 340 to 113. That's a disabled vehicle in the left lane. An accident in Cheltenham, Easton Road at Springhouse Lane. Also in Hatfield, Cowpath Road at Broad Street. And then in Upper Marion, Gulf Road at Village Drive. 55 northbound, heavy from Deptford to the 42 freeway. 42 north is slow lower landing road to 295. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Cozy up to deals at Whole Foods Market. Save on air-chilled, boneless, skinless chicken breasts for $5.99 per pound with Prime through October 17th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So our next guest is here to talk about the show Lessons in Chemistry. And before I introduce our next guest, Rochelle and I were night before last. We're like, okay, we need something to watch. We haven't been gotten a show going in a little while, and we're just surfing forever. Or maybe this was on Sunday, yeah, because the game wasn't on. But anyway, and we came across. We were on Apple, and we saw Lessons in Chemistry. I'm like, okay, I've saw an ad for this, and I like Brie Larson a lot. We'll check it out. And sometimes we'll check out shows, and we're like, not for us. We watch this show, and we're like, we're all in. Totally all in on this. It's a In my opinion, it's a great show. It's really cool. It's kind of labeled as a food-based cooking show, but it's much deeper than that.
So I watched the first episode because you went off about it. And yeah, you're right. There's a whole bunch going on, but it's what it is, it's just good television.
And the food is highlighted. It's one of those, we were saying off air, Steve, when you see the food, it just makes you hungry automatically.
Yeah.
So we have the food consultant for lessons in chemistry, and she is a bit of a force in the world of the culinary world. She was the culinary director for Momofuku Milk Bar, featured in Food and Wine Magazine, Vice, GQ, In Style Thriller, Stylist, and all that. I think I've set it up enough. Courtney McBride this morning. Hi, Courtney.
How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm great.
Excellent. So
Amazing.
the show has only had 2 episodes released so far. They're going to come out weekly,
Yes.
which I think is cool. I like that. I like the serial thing.
Gives it time to breathe. You get to talk about it.
And I watched
Stretch it out.
the second episode last night, and Brie Larson's character made this kind of pastry thing with all kinds of savory things inside of it.
The galette.
Did you come up with that?
Yes.
Oh my
I made
God,
that
it
with
looked fantastic.
with these 2 hands.
You made
right
the one
here.
I saw on TV?
Yes.
Well, the thing is, and reading about this and reading about your deal, and with anything, you don't stop and think about it. We're all fans of like The Bear and the movie The Menu and all of these shows. You didn't just make one, did you? You had to make.
Lord,
How
no.
many do you have to? Because we're seeing like a lasagna or whatever, and we're thinking, oh, they made the one lasagna. How much do you have to make it ready to be used
Like
over and over again?
20. Because you have to have enough for every take. So if Calvin in the episode takes a bite of lasagna, you have to have at least 20 bites ready for him that look exactly the same because continuity.
Yes.
Okay, now, do they spit it out after they chew it up?
Not my lasagna.
Sometimes actors will do that because they have to do multiple takes, and you'll fill
No,
out
they
like
do.
that.
They do sometimes. I like to believe that they swallowed every bite.
I'll tell you what, as far as editing is concerned, they do a great job of hanging on the person chewing where you feel like they
Savoring
they
it.
swallowed it. And as a matter of fact, there's one that I think of all the time in Lethal Weapon. When Riggs eats, he takes a huge bite of a hot dog, and then they have to go off onto a ride. And I'm like, he ate that hot dog. I know he had to have eaten that hot dog.
Hollywood's been twisted up over that question for a long time.
Casey, it haunts him.
Yeah.
I need to see the
To be
scene.
honest.
I love hot dogs.
Yeah.
There's a documentary called Riggs and the Hot Dog. You have to check it out.
It just moved to number 1 on my list of things to do.
What's that about?
It's about this. Well, you know,
he eats a hot dog.
But anyway, the show is cool. You're good friends with Brie Larson,
I am.
and so it's my understanding that as she was putting the show together, you collect old antique cookbooks.
I do.
And so, did she do a lot of research with your collection?
Yeah, well, she called me up and she's like, Courtney, I'm going to do the show. It's set in the 50s. I'm a chef. Can I come over and check out your cookbook collection? And I was like, yes, of course. Anytime. Come on over. And then she just disappeared for 3 months off shooting like a blockbuster film, as she tends to do from time to time. And when she came back, she was like, hey, I've actually been thinking you would actually be perfect to work on the show. Do you have any interest in that? Is that something that you would like to do? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So she introduced me to the producers. We met, and then literally a week later, I was on set.
You know, it's interesting because you were originally on a course for journalism, right? You went to school for?
I went to journalism school.
So in this show, Brie Larson's character is a scientist, an accomplished scientist, and it takes place in the 50s. So she's cast aside because you're pretty. We don't really care.
Yeah.
And so she ends up in another career. Now that didn't quite happen to you. You just weren't that energized by journalism, but it sort of parallels you, right?
It is, I see so much of myself in Elizabeth Zott, or vice versa. And I think that's what's great about the show is I think a lot of people will very deeply relate to her and her story, men and women. It's a beautiful story. Triumph.
You know, we've always, and Preston is actually the most most chefish.
I cook more than anybody here.
Right, and so, but we're perpetually fascinated by it. Marissa's really the big restaurant aficionado, but and all of the chefs that we come through, we have a lot have come through the show, and we develop friendships with them. But there is a chemistry to it, obviously, as implied by this. But it's interesting because in the show where you are dealing with the precision of science, that can sort of ruin cooking if you're not able to improvise a bit.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's the great thing about cooking is it is science, but it also is heart. You're cooking with your head and your heart. And I think that's what's cool about Elizabeth. She starts off cooking very scientifically. Everything has to be perfect, very much in her head. But by the end of the series, you'll see like she starts cooking with her heart.
Well, I think it's interesting because you started with pastries, right?
I did.
And so my wife loves to bake, which is more precise.
Yes.
And you have the journalism thing. So did you have to break that in you, or is that what made you rethink it?
That's kind of what drew me to pastries is the precision. It's like, oh, there's a recipe, there's rules. I just follow the rules, and then I do that. And then once you learn the rules, then you learn how to bend them.
Yes.
So now I just love to bend the rules.
It's wild when you see an accomplished, like Preston will just, and talk about you do this and okay, and then some good food comes out. To me, that's the fascinating part of all that. Let's try this or let's try that.
You have to be good at tweaking and pivoting when you cook.
Yeah.
I had there was a restaurant near here. It's not here anymore, but they had these. It was like a butterscotch biscuits that were it was delicious, right? So and I talked about it on the air a couple of weeks ago. Somebody sent me, they found the recipe for it, so I took it home. I can't. I do, because it got to a point and I'm like, how did I get here? I followed all the directions. I don't know.
You goofed.
I
That's
goofed.
what happened.
You goofed. See, she can say that. You can say that because you know what you're doing.
Well, and part of it's in the technique, because I have a friend of the family who's a chef. He's a private chef, and his wife was making these cookies, his family recipe handed down, and she's like, I just can't make them the way Mom did or Grandma did. He goes, well, let me watch you do it. And so he's watching her, and she starts using an electric mixer. He's like, "Stop right there." He's like, "I found they were too dense. She wasn't folding it. She wasn't doing things. There are certain techniques you need to do to get a desired result, and you need somebody who's had a lot of experience doing that. But getting the experience is just getting in there and messing around and doing it a lot." And you find out these things after you do it over time.
And I think it's important to, yes, do it the way someone else does it, but also do it the way you do it. Follow your own path. Like, figure out what works best for you in cooking and in life.
Hey, I want to ask this.
Words to live by.
What are Bree's cooking skills like? If you guys are a really good friend,
Yeah. You know what she made me recently, and I was actually stunned. This is not going to sound like that big of a deal, but it is. She made me the perfect hot toddy. Those are really hard to master. You have to get the honey just right and the lemon and like not too much alcohol, so you don't want to taste that too much. And it was literally perfect.
By the way, the hot toddy is for many is the go-to when you have a little bit of a cold developing. My friend used to drink hot toddies, and I began to realize he really never had a cold.
No. We're also we live in LA, so if it drops below 70 degrees, we need a hot toddy immediately.
Courtney, I follow Brie Larson on Instagram. I don't follow you until now. I'm going to start. But a few weeks ago, she posted a meal, and you were at that meal, and you commented saying it's truly one of the best, top 3 best meals of my entire life.
It was so good.
So
we went for my birthday.
And why did it rank that high?
So we were invited to Guadalupe, which is a drive from LA across the border into Mexico, and it was this really home cooking Mexican food, delicious huevos rancheros. It was like a breakfast, and it was just the flavors of everything popped, and it was just a stunning meal from start to finish. It was home style, which is the type of food I like to eat.
Elizabeth's character makes everything from scratch in the series.
Yes.
Right. So was that you? I assume as an accomplished chef, you would never. There's no shortcut, right? That's
very rarely is there a shortcut.
Yeah.
Sometimes shortcuts are good, but I try to avoid them at all costs.
Right.
Well, so we've established who Courtney is, the food consultant for Lessons in Chemistry. The show's on Apple TV+. But Casey, what are we doing next? How is this rolling out? I don't know what's going on.
Well, so when this was presented to bring Courtney in studio, it wasn't just to bring Courtney in studio, but to bring her in and to sample some Philadelphia favorites.
Okay.
And they were asking, what are some of our favorites? Now, it's tough because it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and
all the best restaurants are open now.
Yeah. So getting some of our favorites that are fresh, that are going to present well, it's really, really tough. So we ended up grabbing some things out of like Reading Terminal Market, and then we also brought in a special guest.
Yes, we did, who we're going to welcome. She's been here in our studio before. You know her as Foxy Lady Chef. It's Jen Zavala. Back with us. Hey, Jen, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you this morning.
Good morning.
And we were just talking about tamales the other day, and your name came up because I said I haven't eaten tamales in years, and I love them, and I don't know why I haven't had any for so long. And everybody was saying you got to try Foxy Lady Chef's tamales.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that's why I'm here.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
It's wonderful. And so we're going to have Courtney try some of this?
Yes.
And us.
And are we getting her opinion
I
on
think
it?
I would like to hear Courtney's take
I
on
can already
this.
tell by the smell I'm going to love them.
I think
Nice.
it's what an opportunity to have your food checked by.
I just made these this morning.
Oh,
so these are fresh.
What's in them?
So these are the classic preparation. I have chicken and rojo, and I have rajas, which is roasted poblano, onion, and tomato in rojo. And then I brought a special one, which is a pumpkin spice. It's the season.
Oh my God, that's so exciting.
All right, now are we cutting up little pieces and samples? I don't know what the hell's going on.
There's more out there. I think.
Is there more out there?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want them to eat all of it. I want some.
I want some too. Wait, which one do you want?
For sure. I want the regular.
Here, we brought you
All right,
food.
let's
Don't eat it all.
Yeah, Courtney's going to taste.
All of these. Sorry, y'all.
No, you feed your guests
You
first.
put it in front of me first.
Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead, and we'll kind of carry on as you sample a little bit. And oh yeah, she likey.
You got to try this.
Okay. I'm definitely trying some.
It's so good.
Courtney, let me ask you. So with a cultivated palate, and obviously you're at the Milk Bar. You were a creative. Were you designing the menu, designing items as well?
Yeah, we were a huge group of people. We all worked together to make a bunch of yummy stuff.
So I mean, that process of it's like someone who helps design a perfume. To me, that's an elusive thing to me. I mean, how difficult is it to know that you're on the right thing? I mean, is it just as basic as that tastes good, or we're on the way to something?
A little bit of both. Like
Okay.
usually you start with the recipe, you make the recipe, you taste it, and you're like, that tastes good, but it could be tweaked. And so we all work in grams, so you can tweak it. So it's like, oh, let's add an extra gram of salt.
Okay.
Or, like little tiny tweaks. It's amazing what just like little tiny tweaks can do.
Okay. So and this is a home run for you?
This is a home run. No tweaking needed.
There you go.
No tweaking.
How about that? Yeah.
Well, I know that. So, and I found out about Foxy Lady Chef via Instagram, and Instagram is a great tool for all this sort of stuff. And we had her come in about a year and a half ago or whatever, and I believe you decided to open this business here because of the lack of good, I guess, variety, Mexican variety, and you had gone to like SoCal, Southern California, and you wanted to bring that here to Philadelphia. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And so here is Courtney, who's living in Southern California. How does this fare against?
It's great.
Yeah. All right.
It's great.
I lived in Long Beach for a little while,
so
and I
you
had a
know.
restaurant down there.
You
and
know.
I do love Philadelphia, and I love the Mexican food scene here.
Yes.
I wanted to offer a little more diversity as far as what Mexican food can be, right? I think everyone here, for the most part, it's a generalization in Philly, comes from a certain region of Mexico. And the Southern California isn't really represented here in Philly. And I wanted to kind of show that it can, what that's like. Because once you go to California and have Mexican food, it's a totally different experience.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
Just a regional. So, Courtney.
I grew up in Texas too, so I
Okay,
hear
so you know,
Yeah.
but the tamales are
Yeah,
like
we
bigger
get
in
serious-
Texas.
We get serious about the Mexican
Yeah, when I visit
Yeah.
my dad out, in Texas, the Tex-Mex stuff is and it's funny, my first introduction to quote unquote Mexican food was so bad that I'm like, I hate it. And then when you have legitimate, it's like, oh my God, it's an eye opener. So, did you port anything regionally from your Texas roots with you, or does anything come with you when you come to New York, or is it all
like
sort of
food-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to queso. Have y'all ever had queso?
Yeah.
It's like the cheese dip. I
Yeah.
used to make it and sell it to people because no one knew what it was. Yes. They're like, what is it? You mean cheese? I'm like, well, kind of.
Yeah.
Cheese-ish.
Yeah.
I want to point out, though, when we put the plate of tamales down in front of Courtney, and this is a seasoned veteran in the culinary world, you could see her eyes light up a little bit. And she's like, ooh, and this and that. You still get excited when you have a chance to try food, right?
Of course. And I love the salsas, the colors of the salsas. I immediately knew. It's like, oh, this is going to be good.
All right,
I just tried the chicken and
colors.
veggies. They're fantastic. I'm very satisfied.
All right, so
this is super yummy.
I've
Casey's never had a tamale before.
Tamale,
No.
yes.
All right, no.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do this for the first time ever. Are you supposed to eat any of the husk at all?
No.
No. Okay, so that's just
made
basic
for cooking, right?
It's a little
To steam
blanket.
it?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
It's like
I
a
get it.
Mexican hot pocket.
Yeah,
Like a Mexican hot pocket.
And that surrounding that it's made of corn, right?
Yes, you can
Cornmeal?
use banana. Yes, it's corn.
Okay.
Corn flour.
Okay, corn flour. Okay, so Casey, you're definitely going to get. I like corn tortillas personally,
Me too.
rather
Yeah,
than wheat
yeah.
tortillas. So you go for it, dude.
So I'm going to do this without the salsa first. So I'm going to get the real taste here.
Yeah.
And texture. Oh, okay.
Don't you like that texture?
Mhm.
Isn't that great?
Oh,
Told you.
I wasn't expecting it. It's like bread.
Yeah, it's not like overpowering flavor. It's
got a little kick to it too.
There you go. A little kick on the back end.
It's an orgiastic response.
God. Okay.
So the other things that we brought for Courtney to try, and by the way, if people want to try these amazing tamales, where do they get them?
1941 East Passyunk Avenue, South Philadelphia. We are open Thursday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sundays we close at 3.
And is Juana Tamale the name of the place?
Juana Tamale is the name of the place.
Okay.
Foxy Lady Chef is my personal Instagram.
And you started food truck, right? Right?
No, I
underground mall.
worked classically in restaurants all throughout Philadelphia, and then before the pandemic hit, I started driving around in my husband's
That's right.
punk rock van, selling tamales out of my van because that's typical in Southern California and Texas. And I got to meet so many people, and then that turned into using the Underground Arts Kitchen, and then the pop-up during the pandemic, which was insane, and now the brick and mortar.
Jen, I saw a great photo the other day that you posted on your Instagram account where Brandon Graham wanted to get a selfie with you.
Yes.
He came into the restaurant
Yes.
and he was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm here." And you were like,
Yes.
and you're a huge Eagles
I'm a
fan.
huge Eagles fan. We actually got to cater for the Eagles last Wednesday. They haven't come into the restaurant yet, but you guys are all welcome if anyone's listening. It was honestly like a dream. I am such a huge Eagles fan, so it was really hard to not be an Eagles fan in that moment.
Yeah.
But honored. Like, I feel like I've reached the peak of anything I could ever do in my life.
That's
I know
awesome.
that's not everyone's dream to like cook for the Eagles, but it is mine.
Well, what you need to do is take a trip with Courtney and Bree down to Mexico.
Yes.
And,
For sure.
So Courtney, we wanted to try something different than the standard, having you have a cheesesteak or something like that here in Philly, which obviously
Which I'm
is the
going to do at
signature.
some point.
Yeah, you
Simply
have
must.
to.
What's
definitely.
next up for the tasting?
That's a good question. Who's in charge? I don't. I've no.
We have our own culinary director.
There's nothing on here.
There's nothing on here.
Yeah.
Marissa rolled in a tray, so
Yeah.
Yeah, we
let's,
have Termini Brothers, stuff from Termini Brothers. You talk about somebody who's a pastry chef.
This is a class. Yes, this is the cannoli.
This is the cannoli.
This is the cannoli.
Okay, I'm going to go with
And
the
you
classic one.
you come from the pastry world as well,
I do.
so yeah.
All right,
And
here
be
we go.
honest, because I feel like this is like controversial in this room. Like, I think they're the greatest things ever made, and there's other people who are like, meh.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can
Can
be
you hear the
honest.
crunch?
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
I think the crunch is key. The crunch is key because sometimes they get soggy. It stayed crunchy.
Yes,
I
yeah.
like it.
Are you a
All right.
cannoli fan, like in general?
No, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of cannolis. I would say I enjoy them when they are presented to me in this way. But I never order them.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Like, I always go for something else, but I
Yeah.
always forget about how amazing they are.
And that's how I feel about them too. They're not. I don't dislike them. They are not my dessert of choice. If I'm going to go to a restaurant and order a dessert, it's never going to be a cannoli, and I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's just
same.
personal preference.
Which is why it's so amazing when someone's like, "Here, have this cannoli." I'm like, "Oh yes, cannolis. These are delicious.
Yeah.
Why do I never order them?"
It's funny because you're Courtney, you're a breed of like a chef, and the chefs that we have come in here that are there always used to be sort of this pomposity attached to chefs a while ago. Now you're kind of rock star-ish and really seem to enjoy, like every variation of food. Like, does that still is that still pervasive in the? Because you were in the Lion's Den in New York. You're working in the absolute ground zero for a lot of the attitude.
Oh, for sure.
Is it still as robust as with those crazy attitudes that we see portrayed in shows?
I hope not.
Yeah.
Because that was really intense.
Yeah. Because it seems like we love to see chefs enjoy food like you're doing right now, and really be like Nick Elmy is in the area here, has a number of restaurants, and he loves food.
Yeah. For me, it's all about having fun.
Yeah.
All right, question. What do you not like?
Food-wise?
Yeah, is there anything you don't like?
I think there's this whole trend where like everyone's like eating like the weirdest meats they possibly could. Like I don't need to eat brains.
Yeah, thank you.
I did once because I felt like I was like, I'll try anything once, but I'm not going to continue to eat something. I'm like, I tried it and I don't need to eat that again. So like I'll turn down brains now.
Yeah, it's okay to not eat everything on earth. Yeah.
Do you automatically, let's say you go to Chicago, it's your first time there, you're like, okay, well, I have to do the deep dish. So that
I was just in Chicago actually,
okay.
And I didn't do a deep dish, but I did do the Italian beef.
Okay, so that's my
Delicious.
specialty now. That's what they make in the Bear, but I started doing that because you can make it in a crock pot.
Oh.
You just set it and forget it. And it's really delicious. All you have to do is just make sure you get up early and throw.
Put it in there.
Yeah, what I put like a chuck roast in there, some pepperoncinis. And,
you gotta get the peppers, the hot peppers and the sweet peppers.
Courtney, I worked in 2 restaurants, and they were both relatively good jobs. I enjoyed them, but Steve's right. Like occasionally, egos show up, especially in the kitchen, and I think. Our favorite show currently, or one of the favorite shows, is The Bear. And there's that scene in the first season where Joel McHale's character is just an absolute a-hole to Jeremy Allen Wright.
He's evil to him.
He's so mean. He it browbeats him, and it's painful to watch. But I think that it's accurate, right? Like stuff like that. So have you had experiences like that? And how accurate is a scene like that?
Well, yes, and I think anyone who's worked in kitchens, at least like in like the early 2000s up until fairly recently, has had experiences like that. Yeah. But like it was really hard for me to watch The Bear because I was like having PTSD.
Yes.
I was like, no.
I've heard a number of chefs say that was really like they couldn't handle it because it threw them right back into it.
Yeah.
I guess my point was it seems to be moving away from that
Yes.
and back into just loving the culinary world for all that it, because it's such a part of our lives. I mean, everybody, whether they know it, is invested in this world.
Yeah, and that's why in Lessons in Chemistry, it's so great. You really see that on the screen. Food is like, it really like helps create the story. It's
and it
part of the arc.
liberates her
Yes.
in a way.
Absolutely.
The main character, there's in the trailer, only when you look backwards you see how it's all connected, and there's a lot of that. I mean, I just watched the one episode, but I really I love the whole approach. But that is something that ties us all together. When you make food for people, when you see them respond, is that still the quintessential joy for a chef to see people loving something that you've created for them?
Absolutely, it's great.
Yeah.
I just want to say I'm almost in the clean plate club.
Oh, nice. I have
Very
two questions for you. A, what is the best thing you make? And then B, what is your prized cookbook?
Prize cookbook?
Yeah.
And best thing I make. Can I say my own cookbooks?
Yes. Yeah.
No. Because you said you collect like vintage cookbooks.
Oh yeah.
So
I think that as far as that goes, I think the one that's inspired me the most is I have the Betty Crocker recipe card library, like the one from like the 70s that all of our grandmas had.
My mother had that.
It's so fun to just open up and look through, and they're so weird and hilarious. And I think as far as my most prized thing I make, I really, Texas girl, I love to make myself like Tex-Mex, like crispy ground beef tacos. Also lasagna.
I was just talking to Jen about that. Anytime I go to a new Mexican restaurant, I order the ground beef taco because that's the standard, right?
Same. Right. And then also, I got to shout out the lasagna, like the one from Lessons in Chemistry also is something that I'd made for myself so many times before, even before we did it for the show.
It looks sensational. Is that recipe up on? So you are putting the recipes
we're releasing
from
all the recipes, and there's lots of videos too. Lessons in Chemistry recipes.
I wanted to ask, I read this. You also have a book that is called, hang on a second, let me find it. It has to do with tarot cards.
Yeah, Divine Your Dinner.
Yeah, what's the story on that?
So basically, it's we paired a recipe to each card in the tarot deck. So if it's perfect for Halloween, so you can like pull tarot cards and then make the recipe. Or
Is there a death card?
Oh yeah.
What
Sure is.
what ends up as
Death just mean new beginnings.
Oh,
it's
yes.
Not scary. It's
Sure
like
it
the death
does.
of something. It's like one door closes and another one opens.
All right.
That's the vibe.
All right, okay. Yeah, 'cause to me that seemed a little ominous, but are you into the world of tarot and
I think it's fascinating.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And that runes and stuff like that, does it go past that? Do you,
I don't know much about runes.
yeah, okay. I mean, tarot's pretty cool.
But tarot, yeah.
It's good enough for now.
Are you?
I love the paranormal.
Same.
Yeah, so that.
I've been telling ghost stories everywhere I go.
Oh, you're in the right city.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Philadelphia has terrific ghost tours, and it's like a really cool historical tour of the city as well. So you can go and whether or not you believe in any of it, it doesn't matter. You can have a great time. Yeah.
Yeah, now there's a new one. There's a place called Lincoln Mill, haunted house. And so what ended up happening was there was a flood in the city. And what that did is it opened up. People never knew that there's basically this torture house.
Yeah, but you know that's the story of the haunted house.
That's not what
the
actually happened?
No.
Oh!
That's not a
Damn,
historical
why are you ruining it for me?
I thought that seemed weird, and he was saying it. He was saying.
Listen, I believe anything that people tell me, right? And
There was a flood there.
Yeah.
That's the only true part of it. Then they went with that and they created the
So
scene
yeah, there
for
was
the
an
haunted
entire
house.
culture of sadistic murderers that lived under Main Street.
No, it was just one guy. Hey, listen, man, we had Gary Heidnick, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
They
anyway, you do
exist
have some
here.
of the most haunted. In
I'm
fact,
so
like
excited.
the Bolton Fort Mifflin, the Bolton Mansion. So, and as Nick said, the walking haunted tour of Philly. I don't know how much time you're going to be here, but
I'll
it's
make
amazing.
time. Clear my schedule.
By the way, your schedule, I was going to ask about being the food consultant for lessons in chemistry. Does that leave time for, are you still running restaurants or anything like that? Or is that on the
I
side
have
now?
my business is Ruined Table, and I throw like really small, intimate dinner parties with weird themes, and write about them.
Give us an
I
example.
brought journalism back into my life.
There you go. Yeah.
What's an example of a weird theme?
So I'm doing a Halloween one right now, and the theme is Calling the Corners. And so we're doing like a whole elemental meal, like the 4 elements, similar
Wow.
to Divine Your
Oh,
Dinner. And I did a grunge theme one. I made Girl with the Most Cake.
I love that.
Perfect.
So you're probably a fan of the
Courtney
movie The
Love
Craft,
reference.
right?
Oh yeah, I love the craft.
Okay. So obviously with Brie Larson and you're this much in demand chef. Can you give us like a guest list of some of your parties? Who ends up showing up at your? Because everyone loves good food. Who does Brie bring with her?
We have like this really core group of friends, and we always just hang out. I don't think you would recognize any of their names.
All right.
Faye Orlove, Mo
All right.
Caulfield.
Like the Pope doesn't come.
The Pope does show up occasionally.
The lasagna. Yeah.
Well, if you have not seen the show yet, it is out on Apple TV Plus. It's wonderful. It's called Lessons in Chemistry, and you will be amazed by the food, but also the story is pretty damn cool. I want to thank Jen Zavala, Foxy Lady Chef, for bringing by the tamales this morning. Mwah, c'est magnifique, wonderful, and we appreciate it. And we'll post all information. But Courtney, thanks for coming by here.
Thanks for having
we
me.
wish you more success.
Thank you.
What's the name of your current book that's out right now, or do you have one that you?
Ruined Table. I do recipe cards.
Okay, excellent. We'll make sure people are aware of that too. All right. Well, good luck with everything. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Courtney McBroom, guys, and Foxy Lady Chef. We're going to take a break. When we get back, Joe Gatto is going to be joining us, so stay with us.
Can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right. Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah, Lauer.
That's what it would
Lauer.
be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes.
Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know. Hey, Lauer.
Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Just his face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh, my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen. Yeah. You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left to right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, dude, why is that illegal?
Rubbing tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the fact. Right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper. We were simply playing a goofball. But you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rouged you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may so attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if? Or the building might not go for that. Or... are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Go. Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out. Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's... I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin?
Kevin wrote it. My
Kevin.
presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
freely.
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I mean, consider what we have done in the last 15 years. To just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him of.
Okay.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to, how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly you have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah, that's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
He's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. He found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We're happy to have our next guest on. We've had the pleasure of meeting him on a few occasions, and he will be back in our town to perform live at the Met on January 19th. Yep, there are tickets available at themetphilly.com, and now out on his own after years with the Impractical Jokers. Please welcome Joe Gatto.
Hey.
Good morning,
Here I am.
Joe.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Our pleasure. Nice to have you on again, man. Real quick, how long ago since your separation from Impractical Jokers, the show altogether?
About 2 years.
2 years, man. It seems like not that long ago.
I know, but you've been let me tell you something, and you probably have not heard this, but Seinfeld made sure that he played the Met before you did because he did not want to follow you.
Yeah.
That's what he
I know. Me
said.
and Jerry spoke about it. Me and Jerry, when we had coffee in his car, we were talking.
A lot of coffee.
Nice. So, Joe, I saw you and the Jokers at the Met, so you've played the room before, and I've happened to seen you guys live on a few occasions. I've not seen you solo live. What is An Evening with Joe Gatto all about? What is it like?
It's my stand-up comedy, so it's an hour of just me. You guaranteed 3 to 5 laughs when you walk in the door. That comes with
That's a
ticket
solid
price, so
guarantee.
it's good to
have a guarantee.
Over an hour. I mean, guys, think about what you've done over an hour and how many times you've laughed.
You're getting a laugh almost every 20 minutes. So that's good. No, and so obviously you have that fan base, but you had comedy chops before that. I mean, it was something that was part of your deal, and you do your podcast with Steve Byrne, who's a friend of the show, and obviously anybody who's good enough for Steve Byrne is good enough for us.
For sure. I mean, he's the bar.
Do you find people asking like Preston? A lot of people are so familiar with you with one thing. I mean, it must be what it's like to be like one of the Brady kids. Because you're associated with that so much,
100%,
it's hard to be associated with something else.
I'm more of an Alice, but I would say
you're more of an Alice.
Yeah. The main thing is the benefit that I have is that I wasn't playing a character on TV. I wasn't like Chandler from Friends. Like I was Joe. So if people saw me on the show and liked me on the show, they like me in this format as well because it's more of me. You know what I mean? I'm not putting on anything. But it's been interesting for sure. And I hadn't played Philly. Like I wanted to do the Met. So like I haven't come to that area. So I was waiting until I was ready to come and play a big room like the Met. So I'm excited for it.
You're going to love the Met. It is a beautiful, beautiful room. Yeah. Now, Joe, I had to snap a picture of the monitor that we're watching you on because, we're talking to you via Zoom, and I sent it to my son because he loves Impractical Jokers. And he said, hey, can you please tell him that I'm his biggest fan? So I wanted to ask you about you have people who have been fan of yours for years and years and years. And now, like through streaming and all that stuff, like you have a whole new crop of fans that are young. He's 16 years old. Are you seeing that on your tour?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I get family. The show is suggested 16 and over, but we get kids in there all the time. I mean, it's not really that edgy of content, a couple curse words here and there, but it's nothing too crazy that kids haven't heard. But it's funny because you either have people who have been longtime watchers, right? So I have these kids that had started watching the show when we first came out, 10 years ago, they were 13, 14. They're now 24, 25. So they grew up with me. Like when I play these colleges, it's crazy. All these kids have grown up with me and they're getting to see somebody that they've seen on TV during their whole childhood, basically.
It's a wild.
Which makes you feel so old.
It's a wild thing. We had our barbecue just a couple months ago, and was that actually last month? And a full-grown adult woman comes up to talk to Preston and myself, and we're standing there, and she says, "I was born on the day you started at WMMR." And I'm oh my God.
You just put yourself right in the throat.
And that was years into our career.
Yeah.
So, wow. Joe, whenever, you have an individual who splinters off from an ensemble and then they start to go out and do some solo endeavors, those first few times, I would imagine, have to be a little bit... I don't know if scary is the right word, but a little bit.
Yeah, it's good. It's you get anxious about it for sure. I mean, I've always been on stage, I've been performing live, so I wasn't really worried about that since 1999. Like I wasn't worried about that part of it, but I've always been part of an ensemble, where for the bigger part of my life performing live, where I was only responsible for 25% of the funny,
Yeah,
so now it's all on you 100%. But with the good and bad with that, the adrenaline kicks in too, because if the show is terrible, it's your fault, but if it's great, it's all you. So it's like a weird balance. But I remember the first time I did it, I did my first stand-up show in January of 2022 in Appleton, Wisconsin, with Steve Byrne. Steve Byrne opened for me. And I brought Steve with me on purpose because I was like, dude, I don't even know how long I'm going to be able to go. Like, you got to help me. And I did 35 minutes.
Yeah.
And when I came back into the back, Steve, and I was with the other friend of ours who's a seasoned, Gigi, who's a seasoned stand-up as well. I walked in and Steve, I said, so how'd it go? And he just flipped me off. And he goes, natural, screw you.
Good.
I was like, oh.
Well, that's like Bert Kreischer. So Bert Kreischer was doing mostly stunt stuff. He was Van Wilder was the movie based on him, and he was the party frat guy, and then but the same skills and chops that got you your effectiveness on Impractical Jokers served him the same way. So you were already sort of primed for it. It's just you honed a different set of muscles. But so it's funny when you do have that. Oh my God, how am I gonna have a 15-minute set, or how am I gonna? And now it seems ridiculous to even think about that time.
Yeah, I mean, I graduated to an hour pretty quickly, and we graduated to theaters as well because there was so many people wanted to come out, and I was actually more comfortable on a theater stage than a stand-up comedy stage because I'm a panther. Like I move around a lot. I know I don't look like I burn a lot of calories, but I do. And so I was like a thing, like I needed the space because I'm a super physical comedian too. So as I played the bigger stages, I got funnier in the sense that I was able to use my body for evil a little bit more. So it was like, okay, I could do this better. So I got definitely more comfortable on a theater stage.
Joe, I read that you hit Comic-Con last weekend and had a panel there. And was that your first Comic-Con that you had been to?
No, I've been to a bunch. Yeah, I've done Comic-Cons for years. I work with an anti-bullying group called Pop Culture Hero Coalition, who I've been doing panels with them. Probably, I think this is my 6th year with them, which has always been fun. And then with the Jokers, of course, we always did Comic-Cons, San Diego, Chicago, New York. I love doing the New York one though, because it's like your hometown one. I love the Javits. I got to bring my kids to this, which was so cool. And I had my kids there for the first time, and they were geeking out. It was really nice.
But you're a genre nerd. You're into all this stuff, right? Yeah, big time. So so do you have to do?
So Joe, you're a big time nerd. That's
no, it's the same thing with me. Like we're all into that stuff. That's our wheelhouse. The question is that anyone who goes to a Comic-Con, a lot of times you'll have to put on a hat or something if you want to actually walk around the floor yourself for getting noticed. Is that something that you've had to resort to? Or?
No, not me. I just walk around. I'm a man of the people. I have a good time. But when I had my kids with me, I don't stop to take pictures and stuff, but I did like a photo op thing for the charity.
All right.
But people are pretty respectful. Like my son was tired. Of course, he's only 6, so his little legs were holding up with the Javits, which is huge. So I had to carry him, and people were super respectful, just saying hi. If they asked to take a picture, I'd be like, I'm with my family. I'm sorry, but I would say hello,
Yeah.
But when I'm with the family, people get that I'm in dad mode, I think, so it was.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Hey, so you're offering this. So you have these upcoming shows, and I wanted to bring this up because Steve just adopted a senior dog. And,
great!
And
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
And you're doing a contest, and it's a raffle essentially to go out and meet you at one of your shows. VIP package. This is via fan basis, and the proceeds from the raffle go to your work finding a home for senior and unwanted dogs.
Yeah. I've been doing that work for a while now, but we actually just expanded to open up our own nonprofit here in New York called Gatto Pups and Friends, where we get mostly senior and unwanted dogs and find new homes for them. We actually just found an adoption for our 45th dog here, Cinnamon Roll, a beautiful 13-year-old pit bull, went home this weekend with somebody, which was great because we were just collecting all these old dogs. We're like, we could probably do better if we tried to find them homes and do bigger damage. So we started out here. We got a storefront on in the community here in Long Island where I'm at in Glen Head. And it's been really great. Yeah, it's really, really rewarding work. And old pups are the best, man. They're just lazy.
Oh, this dog is...
and they get belly rubs and go to sleep. That's
so,
it.
Joe, this dog was rescued. Kizzy's her name. Was friends of ours who do great work out in Lancaster County. Sadly, there's a lot of puppy mills out there. Mm-hmm. And this dog spent 8.5 years just generating litters of puppies in basically a tool shed. And this dog, their capacity, I'm sure you'll echo this, to just, though they've been treated like crap by every animal, every human they've ever known, can be so loving. And this dog, we just fell in love with her immediately. But I mean, that's great work to be doing that because it does make a difference. And those, as you said, those older dogs, older pups, they've got a lot to offer. So kudos to you for that. Yeah.
And it's funny because we'll get a lot from that we do, and they'll be like people will be like, oh, they're on their last leg. We do a lot of work with the New York ACC here because when they get filled, they need help, and especially the old dogs, they stay there. They're like, oh, this one doesn't have much left. They're just looking for a place for them to live out their last months, and they'll come here and they'll heal. They'll be fine. We have 2 dogs that were like, they're going to go. They're in their 3rd year with us. It's amazing that they're just a different environment, a little bit of love really makes them blossom.
We do that with dogs and cats. We had a cat. This guy's not long for this world. This big old guy, Hubert. No, he's not long for this world. And he kept getting adopted out and brought back to the house. He sleeps on my bed every night. He's the king of the house. He's going great guns. Yeah. So no, it's really cool to do that. And the anti-bullying stuff is good as well. So that occupies a lot of the time. Where do you get the time to go sort of workshop material when you're putting a show together?
On stage, I do a lot of it actually. If I
so it's a big lab experiment.
Yeah, it really is. It's like, this will work. But it's storytelling really, and I have no lack of stories. Like that's my technique really is just like I tell stories and give a little bit of perspective on them because I've had so many cool, weird things happening in my life, either with my friends who are my friends. So I have so many stories with them that wasn't on the TV show, or my crazy Italian mother growing up in Staten Island with her, being a parent with my 2 kids. My kids give me a lot of content. And I just get up there and tell stories and work it out. So if something funny happens, I'll just try to tell it. And then when it works, I'm like, okay, well, how can I punch this up? So I have a good basis when I go. It's just like, this is a funny story. So I have notes where it's just like, you should tell this story. It just has the name of the story.
Absolutely.
Are there any stories about the kids you have to get permission from the wife before?
No, they're all good. They're all good.
Right,
I think my son might be embarrassed when he gets a little bit older about one. I tell one now about, and this just happened because I took them to Disneyland and we went on this new Star Wars ride, that big ride they have.
Yeah.
And my son, and in this ride, you get going outer space. There's this big battle, and you get sucked into the Death Star and there's all these stormtroopers. It's pretty cool. And my son had never been on a ride nor saw Star Wars. So he thought it was real.
Oh, no.
And he was hugging the guardrail yelling, I want to go back to Earth. Oh, so I was like, I traumatized this poor kid. And it was just funny because you learn as a parent, right? I don't know. Nobody knows what they're doing in the beginning or even at the end. You have no idea. You're doing the best you can. And I was like, that was a misstep.
Joe, how has he not seen any Star Wars?
He's only 6, so he doesn't really have the capacity for it. My daughter's seen a couple of them. She's 8. She's really into movies, which is great, and she wants to watch spooky stuff. So I just showed her Ghostbusters the first time a couple of weekends ago. She loved it. It was really cool.
So I can recommend 2 movies: Terrifier and Terrifier 2 for her. They are
Nightmare on Elm Street, something light. Let's get her in.
But by the way, mental scarring your children is it's just what you do. It's what was done to us. It's what we do to them.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's like why
they'll have stories to tell when they grow up.
Exactly. I mean, when you're spending money for the therapy for them, they got to have something to tell, right? Right.
Sure.
It's part of the deal.
I don't want a boring kid in therapy. I want to make sure they keep them on the toes.
But I will say, what I thought was scary back in the day is not scary these days. I used to have to watch because I just watched Dream Warriors not that long ago, and when I was a kid, I had to watch it through my fingers. You know?
Right.
I watched it now. It's like watching a comic book movie. You know, like I don't know what I was so scared of back in 1988, but it doesn't scare me now.
Dude, there is so much bad horror out there, but it's so crazy to watch. 2 nights ago, I watched Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse. With the sloth. It's a sloth.
It's got a sloth, but the sloth it doesn't even look like a real thing. It looks like a stuffed animal. They didn't spend any money on it. He's basically walking around with a stuffed animal, and it's a sloth. Guys, come on. How desperate are we that the killer animal is a sloth?
That's why horror movies are so great. You can literally build an entire movie around the title.
Steve, you just sent me a trailer for a movie called Monsternado.
No.
Yes, really? Monsternado.
It's exactly what you
what's
think
the conceit, Preston?
It's a tornado made of monsters.
That's right.
That's what it is.
You get what you paid for.
Yeah.
What scarred me when I was younger was called The Stuff. It was a knockoff of The Blob.
Yes.
Right.
I have seen
it's basically just this white alien form that just goes around and kills people. And I couldn't eat Egg McMuffins for like a year. I was like, yeah, that's the stuff in there.
Do you remember the VHS box? It looked like people were being attacked by clumps of semen.
No.
And it was like, that's what the stuff looked like.
I don't know if we're talking about the same movie.
Yeah.
Was Peter North in that?
Peter North was he was the creator.
He's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy. Wow.
Yeah, The Stuff. I clearly remember it.
If you're just tuning in, it's Joe Gatto is joining us via Zoom. And since you're joining us via Zoom, it's always a nice peek into people's personal space when we do a Zoom thing. Over your left shoulder is a piece of sheet music, and it's autographed. I'm curious, what is that?
That's the theme song to Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, signed by Will Smith. And above that is the Young Frankenstein, one of my favorite movies of all time. And it's the LP signed by the whole cast that I got at
school. Were you given that or did you buy that?
I bought that.
Because that's amazing.
That's sick. I found that in my favorite memorabilia shop is in Las Vegas in Caesars Forum. Every time I play Vegas, I go there.
Have you ever met Mel Brooks? Have you ever gotten to meet?
I met Mel Brooks.
No
the
way.
Picture is right there.
Oh my goodness!
The way I met him is so Joe style. We had played Radio City 2 weeks before he was there, and I bought my sisters and I grew up watching Mel Brooks, and I bought them a ticket to a Blazing Saddle screening where he did a Q&A at the end. And he's there at the end. He was great. He was unbelievable. At this point, he was 89 or 90, I think. 89, I think he was. And at the end of it, the head of security at at Radio City saw me. He goes, Joe. I'm like, hey, what's up, Wayne? He goes, oh, you here for the meet and greet? I go, yeah. He goes, all right. And then he brought me back, and it was me and Mel Brooks's family.
Wow.
Oh.
And I got to meet him, say thanks, and it was crazy.
He seems like a sweet guy.
He's unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a force, man. He was jumping around that stage. He couldn't sit in his seat. You kept telling him to sit down. He kept jumping up.
You stop and think about the guy who was doing, before doing stuff that was considered wrong, was in vogue. He was, the producers alone with a musical about Hitler. People don't remember. He was setting that precedent years ago. And Blazing Saddles, again, another masterpiece. But Young Frankenstein, Gene Wilder, that's a collective of talent. Peter Boyle. We may never see the likes of that again.
No, it was like a comedy that was really a film. That's what I love about it, because I'm a movie. Like, I love movies, and when I grow up, I want to be a director. Like, that's always been my goal, So I was like, that was something just resonated with me from my childhood, and I've watched it, hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, I wanted to ask for a quick favor, if you don't mind. There's a kid named Eden, and he's had a really tough year. I got a nice email from his mom, Shannon, and she's watching us on the YouTube stream right now, and just wanted to see if you could say hi to Eden and wish him the best, because he's going through some tough times.
Absolutely not.
There you go.
That's the best thing you could have done.
That's exactly next question. What I hope for?
No, Eden, listen, I always say life sucks, suck harder. Get out there, my friend. I wish you nothing but the best. And it's tough times for a lot of people out there. So I'm hoping I'm able to give a little bit of joy and happiness So much love to you.
Life sucks harder. I like that. That's really good.
Yeah.
Did your mom tell you that one, or
that's some
motherly advice from two cool moms.
That's what you call Staten Island advice.
Oh my goodness. Well, listen, tickets are on sale now. The show is at the Met January 19th, and you can get those now. But it's great to catch up with you, Joe. I'm happy things are going well with the solo comedy tour and all that. Anything we need to keep an eye on down the road for? Maybe a book or any other kind of projects you're eyeballing? Or right now, just stand up and we'll see what happens later?
Yeah, I mean, I've got my podcast, Two Cool Moms, that we talked about. I do with Steve Byrne, which has been a lot of fun to do, and you can check that out. But also, I have a kids book actually coming out. I did a kids book last year, and it'll be coming out later on next year based on a story with my son. It's got illustrated by a really cool illustrator, and I'm excited about it. So,
I thought because of the way you traumatized your kid, I thought it'd be like crime scene photos in the book.
No, but that's the second one. I had to soft serve it. I had to get in the door first with Penguin. I'm going to go get him.
Well, when it comes out, reach back out. We'd love to help you promote that as well. So
amazing. You guys are always great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You got it. Joe Gatto, guys. And like I said, the show's at the Met. Tickets available. TheMetPhilly.com. It's not till January 19th. Now, while Joe was doing that little message, life sucks harder.
Absolutely not.
I have a couple other things. I have a couple shout-outs I'd like to do. I got this nice email from Julie Hancock, who reached out, and she said, I was wondering if you could give a shout-out, give a big birthday shout-out to my daughter, Madeline, turns 15 today. I listen to your show every morning, and so does she when she's in the car with me. And I'm also an avid PNS YouTuber.
Oh.
And I think it'd be so cool if she got to hear her name on the radio for her birthday. And if it's later on the show when she's in school, I can always replay the YouTube clip for her. She's a really hard worker. She goes to GCIT High School for dance and also takes honors classes. And then she tells me how hard she works throughout the day. But she says
But you're not buying it.
Excellent taste in music. Her playlist is full of Nirvana, Chili Peppers, Beatles, Blue Oyster Cult, and many more amazing rock bands.
Wow.
She said, Maddie, I love you, kiddo, and I hope your B-Day is as wonderful as you are. And then she goes, and please tell Kyle and all my YouTube buddies, finger up. They'll totally know what it means. Rage on, and thanks to everyone on the show for making our mornings awesome. And then she signs it Julie Jerkoff.
Oh, good.
So
thank you.
Julie Jerkoff.
That's a
Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Maddie.
That's a shout out for Madeline, Maddie.
Preston,
Maddie.
Yes, she's watching it right now, and her screen name is quite literally Julie Jerkoff.
Oh, nice.
And
Julie Jerkoff.
She just goes, oh my God.
Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
I love
Fingers
it.
up.
Fingers up. Whatever that means. Okay. And then,
Julie Jerkoff. Excuse me. Kirkhoff.
So one more that says, good morning to see you, Presbo. My name is Dan, and I was hoping to get a big juicy shout out for my wife, Stacy, on her birthday. It's October 31st. I'm doing it now. We podcast the show every day, and a shout out would really make her day. Keep it in nooch. And of course, Gadzooks. Oh, that kind of rhymes. I like that. Keep it in nooch, and of course, Gadzooks. That's not bad at all.
Keep it in nooch.
I know.
I love that.
Come on, man.
My friend is adopting a senior cat from a shelter, and the cat's name is Gadzooks, and she's like, I am changing the cat's name.
What?
I know. I was like, what? Why? She's like,
bitch.
no.
By the way, on this show, Lessons in Chemistry, there's a dog. The dog's name is 6:30.
I love that.
It's because the dog wakes her up every morning at 6:30. I love that.
Pretty great.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, all right. We got a couple minutes.
Yeah, Coppa.
Chat about a couple things. I could do Just Saying It's Stupid. I think I want to save that for another day.
That's usually beefy, and of course the press. After you do it, the press shows up and asks questions.
I know.
Yeah.
I got to do the conference, and I
Too much because there's a lot of stuff is revealed.
Yeah. But I did see this thing locally. Steve sent
Are you
this
the
over.
Observer?
No, I'm not. I'm not anybody but Presbo.
Oh, Presbo.
That's it. This is
totally Presbo.
Presbo's Corner. Totally Presbo.
It'd be you with the bow tie. But totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo. That's a shirt.
MTV. This remember
Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
Totally Pauly. You remember that?
Exactly.
Yeah, totally Presbo. All right, I like that. All right, now I can. I'll run with
Time
that.
for Totally Presbo.
Do I have a song for
But that would have to be just stuff about like my life.
Yeah, but anything that anything that
about
catches
my
your
life.
fancy is so much different than the other segments we do.
Music for Totally Presbo.
I mean, would it
Do you have the MTV music? Dan, dan, dan.
Well, I was thinking if it's totally Presbo, then it probably should be music that he likes, like like Spirit of Radio or.
That's a good one.
You need to, if it can turn it into a quick sting.
Because it's got such a strong opening to it.
Yeah.
So hang on a second. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We'll try
All
this
right.
one.
Now it's time for Totally Presbo.
Yeah, that works.
All right. This was good news.
Totally Presbo.
Actually, no. You know what we've got? Tom Sawyer has a better,
Yes. Yeah. Hang
has
on a second.
that stronger
Tom Sawyer.
intro to it. So play some Tom Sawyer.
All right.
All right. So it's time now for Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
I like it.
A Philadelphia judge raised the bail on the dude who stomped out that gal's windshield.
Oh, really?
Good.
Raised it.
Love it.
I mean, raised it a ridiculous amount.
Well, and
Judge Vincent W. Furlong raised the bail for Cody M. Heron to $4 million.
And they were asking for a bail reduction. So
Yes.
instead of reducing it, he raised it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they have to come up with what, 10%?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Cash.
Right.
Well, we got an addition, Steve.
I'm sorry.
What was
We
it?
have a suggestion for another name for Totally Presbo.
What?
And I may like this better. Now that's what I call Presbo. You remember that? Now that's what I call music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still
CDs.
liking Totally Presbo, but you're the one. You
That's
make the
what
choice.
I call music 27.
It's your segment.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, back to the story. We'll figure it
Totally, or whatever you want.
out. Yeah, Totally Presbo. It's shorter, it's snappier, but I do like. Now that's what I call Presbo. All right.
That could be your tag, like at the end of your show.
Yeah. At the end.
The end of your segment.
Or at the end of each one of.
I'm so confused.
I even turned it into a sting too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
Totally Presbo.
All right, so the judge raised the bail was $2.5 million,
Which is substantial to begin with.
Oh, yeah,
But when you ask for a reduction, that's going the wrong way.
I mean, there are rapists and killers who have less than $4 million.
It was such a
charge.
high profile, though it made national news.
Yeah.
Because it was, and people just reacted, especially, and then he pulled the gun on the woman. And so listen, it's, the guy's a scumbag.
Totally. So Nikki Bullock was the woman who was making deliveries for Uber Eats, and her 5-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son were in the car, along with an adult female passenger. But it was all the tips that came in that led them to get the guy. Even his former employee, one former employer turned him in.
Do you know what I thought was appropriate too with the officer that was just killed? They use his handcuffs.
Yeah, that's a standard.
Yeah,
They usually do that.
I mean, to me, that's
Heron's bail, like I said, was initially set at 10% of $2.5 million, so you have to pony up 10% to get out. But that was increased to 60% in court on Monday, despite the defense's request to have it reduced, and then he bumped it up to $4 million. Good.
And it is expected in as you said, Nick, it has to be, you can't, I'll write a check for you. You've got to have
collateral.
Yeah.
By the way, the interim police commissioner, John Stanford, said that he hoped the case would serve as a deterrent for other lawless behavior committed by groups riding motorcycles and ATVs. He said people are fed up with it.
Yeah, we are.
Totally.
With
Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
By the way.
There we go.
Oh, wait.
Totally Presbo. So a quick question. On the bail bonds and all of that, when you're
oh man.
Is that industry is it flourishing? Is it what? It's something that's always sort of been there, but I don't know really.
I don't see ads for bail bonds.
You used to see them, and you don't see them anymore.
I've told you guys this story. I'll tell it one more time because it cracked me up. My friend, we were coming back. We had drank too much. He was driving, got pulled over, got a DWI. They take him in. Then I had to bail him out. So the only reason I knew who to call was at the 7-Eleven from down my street, which was nearby a prison, mind you.
Yeah.
There was a stack of a bail bondsman's business cards
Oh,
that
my
were there.
God.
And it said, and I'll never forget it, it had a picture of Bart Simpson behind bars. It had bars over his face. And the tagline said, "Don't go to jail, call Dale." And so I knew immediately to look up Dale bail bondsman. I was in a phone booth looking up.
Wow. Dude, that's great
And I called-
marketing.
and the dude came and got me. He picked me up. And we went to the police station and bailed him out, and he gave us a ride home because it's he wants his money.
And he also wants to know where you live.
I'm surprised that guy got the legal rights to use The Simpsons.
He didn't. He's in Jefferson City, Missouri, man.
But it's a little like shady, right?
That's the whole. There's a classic Preston in the original Bad News Bears.
Yeah,
the team is so they have
Chico's
bail bonds. Yeah, it's that's the perception, and I wonder especially with a lot of cashless bails now in cities.
Well, especially your business is dealing with criminals.
Yeah,
So
or people who have been accused of a crime.
Yes. So 10 or 11 months ago, there was a Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, Steve, and they broke down the industry behind bail bonds.
Yeah.
And how much corruption there is, and
Right.
people being paid off to be paid off, and one thing after another. And there's on several ballots every midterm election, there's bail bonds reform.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting political. I don't know, showcase, I guess, but stance. But anyway, there is so much money involved, as there always is. In
Their hands out everywhere.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
So
and that only leads to straightforward stuff.
Yeah.
I got Andrew, who's an attorney, who wants to explain a little bit of this to us. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Gang. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll, buddy. What's up?
So I thought I call in once in a while when you have legal questions, and I thought I'd answer your questions about bail, as I'm a criminal defense attorney for 26 years, and try to give you guys a pointer or a heads up.
All right. One of Steve's questions was how available are bail bondsmen? Is it still an industry that's lucrative, that people are definitely still participating in?
So the industry is lucrative. There are more bail bonds companies in Philadelphia than in the suburbs. I'm a Casey Boy Delco guy, so we don't have too many out here. Right? Delco in the house.
So Andrew, my question was based on, because I used to see commercials for them all the time, and now you don't. So and that was my question. But you're saying they're as vigorous as ever.
They're not as vigorous as ever, but there's usually a few in every county, in every prison, and they charge a percentage. So if your bail is X amount of money, they usually will say to the family members, well, you need to post and give us 7% or 10% or 5% of that amount. And that's a non-refundable amount that never goes back to the family. That's their fee. They keep it all the time.
So a judge issues the bail. They can't make that bail, but they would come to you at a reduced percentage, or to the bail bondsman, and work out a deal that way so that they can post bail, but the money that they spend to get that done, they will not get back.
Correct. So whatever that bail is, you go to the bail bondsman, hey, my family and I don't have it. They say, will you come up with 7% or 10% or 5% of that total number? Pay to us non-refundable. We will post a bond for the remaining amount. And that's how you get like the old-fashioned Robert De Niro bail hunters and bail enforcement officers. If you skip bail, if you don't make that money, they then send a private company after you because they're on the hook for that.
So they used to call them skip tracers, right?
Skip tracers, yeah.
Yeah.
We call them, we like to call them bounty hunters or bail enforcement agents is the modern term.
Let me ask you this, Andrew. Let's say you're arrested. Let's say they put my bail at $20,000, and I have $20,000 that I can go ahead, and I don't have to go through a bail bondsman. And I go to my court date, and everything gets taken care of. Do I get all that money back?
It's a very hot topic right now. That's why you guys are on the radio. And right now, for example, in Delco, you only get back 60% of the money, even if you're found not guilty of the crime.
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
I've heard stories like this. Andrew, what you're saying about that, and that blew my mind. That you're found innocent, and you don't get all that remitted back to you.
Are they pulling the money from your court costs and all that? Is it coming out of your bail money?
So whatever bail money you post, even if you're found not guilty, didn't commit the crime, they were up until very recently keeping 60%. There was a recent order by our local president judge. I don't remember if they reduced it, but I believe that they did reduce it, but they're still keeping a significant chunk in percentage, even if you're not guilty, and that's been a big point of contention in the counties for years.
Yeah, but is it going to? But what about because you have court costs, whether you're guilty or not, right? Is that what that money is supposed to be?
Or is that in addition?
Or is
to
that
it?
addition?
No, that's in addition to whatever
that's
your
garbage.
bail money is. The bail money is a flat bail, and they take a percentage of that, and you have to pay your court costs.
Yeah, Kathy, you bring up a good point about the court costs because you could be on the hook for that. But in this case, so Andrew, where does that money go then? That percentage that's pulled off from this, who is receiving that?
The state?
Are they putting into an account? Is that account generating interest?
No, they're using that money to fund other items within the criminal justice system.
All right. Okay.
That, I don't know why I've never heard of that before, and that sounds pretty lame to me.
Crazy, gang.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty wild, Andrew. Thanks for the information.
Love you guys. Listen to you all the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. See you later, man. Wow. That's
I'm ever
I don't know much about that,
Andrew.
but on the surface, that sounds like a scam.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you've done nothing wrong. You know, whether or not they found you not guilty because they didn't have enough evidence or whatever, or you just straight up were wrongly arrested, and then all of a sudden. Not only were you wrongly arrested, you had to go through all of that stuff, but then you're also out that money.
Well, look at how, and this is a tactic that's used all the time. They large companies or people of means can run the little people, as they say, into the ground with legal costs, and then work the system that way. And so something like this though blows my mind.
Yes,
you're out that percentage of the money.
Yeah, let's say you've gone through the trauma of being wrongly accused. You're exonerated, and then you have to pay if you were held for a bail.
Kathy, that guy, that one-armed man who killed a family member of yours, and you had to that was
the fugitive.
Yeah. Okay, I never knew that. Wow, that's crazy. Interesting.
See what the kind of information you can glean from Totally Presbo?
But hold on a second. I have a follow-up question for him. What about the bail bondsman who put the money up?
Well,
wouldn't that stand to reason because they're putting the money, giving the money to the court on good faith that this other person they're doing it as a favor, as a fee, as a charge for this other person. How's that any different than if that person would have put up the money on their own?
I don't know.
And 60% of that is kept. Why wouldn't the bail bondsman's 60% be kept as well? You know what I mean?
Well, is it? How do we know it's not?
They wouldn't be doing business.
No, they would stop doing that.
I think they're banking on the people not showing up.
No.
All
they'll
the
send the bounty.
that happens.
They'll send the bounty hunters after the judges. Preston.
That doesn't work out money wise. Is they're only charging 7% for the fee, and
correct.
Andrew, call back.
Yeah,
but then they're getting their money one way or another. Do you know what I mean? Like the other part of that is they're going to get their money.
But guilty or not, if the courts say you owe us 60% of $10,000, that doesn't add up.
Call back. What was his name?
Andrew from Delco. And then also you raised another question. Does Richard Kimball get in any trouble after the credits roll? And, he didn't do anything wrong, but he was on a manhunt for a long, long time. That's a lot of taxpayer dollars right there.
So in movie world, in litigious real world, they could, he legally should not have run from that site. So, but then again, it's movie world. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe that would work out exactly that way in reality, where they go, "Oh, we're so sorry."
Man, my mind is flooded with rivulets. I can't. It's all over the place, and creative alternatives. And anyway,
how do you spell rivulets?
RIVULETS.
Well, that was under the stream of consciousness.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Which is an entirely different and very different segment that we do.
Is this
nowhere near familiar to Totally Present?
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Andrew's back on the line.
There we go.
Hi, Andrew.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. All right, wait a minute. So the question stands: if a bail bondsman puts up $10,000, and How do they get all their money back?
So if they put up the money for the contract for that person, that money is a fee paid to the bail bondsman. So the family pays the fee to the bondsman, and that's their fee, like charging a fee.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that the court keeps 60% of any bail put up, like you were saying earlier. Why wouldn't they keep the bail bondsman?
The client's always responsible for everything.
So the client. So then, in other words, so the bail bondsman has put up the money.
It doesn't matter then.
It doesn't matter. So that makes the job of the bounty hunter very important, obviously, right? Because they got to get their money.
Got to get the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. They're getting their money.
They're getting their money.
That bail bondsman's going to make sure he gets that money back.
Okay.
And there's almost like a monopoly on the bail bondsman. There's only a few places that have the money and capital investment to be able to post a bond. Even though they get the money from the client, there's not that many that have the money available to skip trace and find somebody if they jump out on a big bail.
So you have to have the mechanism in place, because I assume when you're dealing with an element that might need to be out on bail, that it's a lot of them are going to try to skip the bail, right? I mean, I statistically, how often would you say that someone who who uses one of these services tries to skip out on it?
Not too many times. Usually people whose family comes up with that fee doesn't want to lose the fee and doesn't want to be responsible for the bail.
Okay.
Or post their house or post security. So most people show up. It's just that there aren't that many bail companies around that do it. So you don't really have a lot of choice.
That makes sense. Okay.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Rock and roll.
Thanks, guys.
All right. We'll see you later. All
I
right.
like him.
Anyway. All right. Well, they stuck this guy with $4 million bail.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool, because that guy's a douchebag. All right. That's it for Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
Yeah, we got to wrap this up and come back in a moment, because we got money to give away. And you can, if you need to bail a friend out, you'll have $1,000 to do that with, possibly with Crumb Bump Cash. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just on this 50th alone, he's really
and the fact that
so
he
much.
forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They are seconds. I mean,
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really wasn't my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii.
Whoa.
She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
We're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God.
She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here, here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It truly was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark,
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly.
Right in their face, dude. No, that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there. And
yeah, it was right in their face.
Out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, who's bigger out there?
It's funny. I was at there's an exclusive club called the Soho House.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it,
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw, this was just 2 weeks ago, I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook. And they were just sitting there and I freaked out. And, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band. From Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians.
No, I'm
actors.
a fan, just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro. All the great acters, Pacino. All these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't say that here.
No,
Sorry.
of course you can.
You can.
It's legal now.
It's medical.
Pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good medically.
It's legal.
Here.
My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony, they just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing. Yeah. You can go and just
get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
Whereas
both.
the Jews say Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off.
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. They don't give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't. Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible.
It ruined
It's the Torah
show.
part, too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor.
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on, with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. It's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the. I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice
yeah,
to
he was
hear.
a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It's too early for that stuff. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
It
well,
is.
We were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally, right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at spring break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was
He's
awesome.
cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and
Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then. That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. And just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. We already have a graphic drawn up for the Totally Presbo segment, which is on the monitors here in our studio. So I'm excited to hear about that. Hey, by the way, a reminder, Camp Out for Hunger, just a heads up that the Head Start with Acme has been underway for a little while now, and just want you to make a donation if you can in advance. And, of course, most importantly, we want to see you there for the event. I mean, that's why, the event is to obviously have people physically come out and donate food, but it's also to hang out and see each other and be a part of a community for a little while. We're planning on stuff right now, live music every day.
Yes.
It's going to be fun as usual. And we're hope, there's going to be some evening events, which we'll be announcing in the very, very near future as well that you can participate in. But for now, you can donate at your local Acme Markets right there at the checkout. If you need details, you can go to WMMR.com/campout and a list of most needed food items that you can drop off at the campout this year and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I love that we're fleshing things back out again, and a lot of cool stuff.
Yep. All right, it is time.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
And the word is win. W-I-N. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do that. Enter it via WMMR.com or the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer that phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it's all sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is win, W-I-N, and you need to enter that right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Zane Western Apparel and Work Gear in Piles Grove, New Jersey. They have the time-tested work gear brands that are meant to last. Route 40 in Piles Grove, and online at zanewestern.com. All right, where do we begin? How about this was kind of a weird story. This is in Los Angeles. A car veered off of the 15 freeway and crashed into a home. Okay, you hear that sometimes. Yep. But apparently it caused a huge explosion when it did, too, Whoa. Thursday morning. Gabby Rivera and Angel Vega were 2 of 8 people inside of the home when the crash occurred around 2:45 a.m. And El said, all of a sudden I heard screeching. Next thing you know, a loud crash and a bang. He said the car hit the gas line and the fuse box.
Jeez.
And within a matter of seconds, they saw the flames. He said it was scary. I'm trying to run my grandmother out of the flames. They're right next to us. It was definitely very traumatic. Unfortunately, the fire spread very rapidly, and we only escaped with what we could grab on the way out the front door. The family's dogs made it out okay, but their cat, Stevie, did not survive. Even with the loss of their beloved cat, Angel said that he was grateful that everyone else made it out safely. And this isn't the first time that a car from the freeway has dropped in unexpectedly. The family has said several cars have ended up in their backyard.
Might be time to either move or install a huge catcher's mitt.
The most recent was probably 2 or 3 years ago, he said, but nothing like this. There were 2 men inside the vehicle, and so far there's been no arrest made or explanation why the crash happened. The family, however, is devastated. After living in the home for more than 25 years, it's destroyed.
I thought it was touching that his grandmother, you grabbed something as you're leaving the house, and she was able to grab the hot tub. So that was
she got the hot tub.
Yeah.
That was nice. The family loves that.
They love the hot tub.
Yeah. A New Hampshire police officer fulfilled one New Hampshire man's DoorDash order after the delivery driver was pulled over. David Eldridge was waiting for his DoorDash order last week to arrive when he said a police officer holding a McDonald's bag approached his front steps. He said there was a knock on the door, and I thought, oh, that's DoorDash. And there's a police officer standing there. After he left, I thought maybe I should have given him a tip. Police said they pulled over the DoorDash driver for allegedly speeding. Officer Chris Spitaleri said that he ran all the driver's information and it was all suspended, the license and registration for the car. He said we had to take her car and get it off the road and gave her a ride, and she got picked up. He said that Officer Robert McCon showed up on the scene and to help him out, and he looked at McCon and said, we should probably get this delivered.
Oh, that's cool.
And so they ran it over to the person.
Especially if you're anticipating it on the other end.
The recipient of the DoorDash posted a TikTok video, and like from her Ring camera, I guess it was, and she's hysterical laughing. And the cop was like, "I know I'm not who you expect." He goes, "Your driver got arrested for a few things, but we wanted to give you your food." And she's like losing it, hysterical laughing. Thank you.
All right, this one's out of Colorado. Deputies say that they are investigating a break-in at a cemetery in which body parts were taken from a casket in a private mausoleum. Ooh. Deputies responded to Crown Hill Cemetery regarding damage to a mausoleum.
I'm doing a little early holiday shopping.
The front of a private mausoleum was severely damaged, as were the crypt and casket inside.
This one will be great for Dad.
The faceplate had been smashed away and was laying on the ground. The crypt behind that had been accessed, and the casket that was left inside partially pulled out. It appeared that unknown suspects entered the cemetery overnight, broke into the crypt, and gained access to the casket.
Do they suggest what the are they literally stealing body parts? Are they stealing brass or
no body parts?
Just absolutely stealing the body parts.
It had been pried open, and parts of the body inside were removed.
And a new fast food place opened up at the corner.
The unknown suspects could be facing multiple felony charges, including abuse of a corpse and third-degree burglary that could have up to 5 years in jail. A driver led police on a 55-mile chase in Maine after nearly hitting a game warden who was investigating a moose complaint.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
I'm a moose and I saw someone speeding.
Police, or was it a complaint about a moose?
Said the chase began late Thursday morning after multiple agencies were informed that the vehicle almost hit the warden in Lincoln. The warden had witnessed the vehicle leaving the scene of a suspected trespassing and theft at a pulp and tissue mill.
The hell is this?
And a high-speed pursuit.
Where does the moose come in?
The pursuit ended.
Why don't you forget the moose?
All right.
The pursuit ended more than 90 minutes later.
Is that where the moose was?
Police deployed.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Tire deflation.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Mats and other techniques to slow the vehicle.
I haven't heard anything about a moose in this story.
No, they were the cop was investigating a moose complaint, and then he saw this happen. So,
okay. So
I only threw this in here because the moose.
The
was
moose,
involved.
Yeah.
And that
Why don't you forget the moose?
And that he was at a pulp and tissue mill as well. So anyway,
I was this guy. He took a video of these two moose fighting, and this is not a dad joke.
I thought for sure it was.
I postured myself for it.
Yes,
but it was awesome because this dude, I guess he just moved up to an area where they have meese, and so these two male moose are fighting in his driveway, and I feel so bad because they end up in the back of his pickup truck.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You've seen the footage of the moose that got caught in a swing set.
Yeah.
At a playground and just ripped it right out of the. I mean.
Oh, really?
Yeah. To be in the middle of a fight between two. So it is mooses, correct?
I think it's meese.
I think it's just moose.
It's
no,
moose.
it's not meese.
It's like fish.
It's goose and geese, moose and meese.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah, that's one I've never been aware of the plural for moose.
I believe it's the plural of moose is moose.
Mouses.
You say whatever you like.
A murder of mice.
All right, so a popular pastor in Texas has been ordered to pay $2.45 million to a woman after a jury decided he had given her sexually transmitted disease. The Reverend Dr. Ralph D. West II was found liable after a 3-day trial and nearly 7 hours.
It's going to be a different kind of homily.
Of deliberation. The unidentified woman had claimed that West had infected her with genital herpes in 2018 after the pair met on Facebook. Her lawyer, Sean Murphy, said the Reverend had lied to her about whether he had the disease, but that she'd been able to identify West as the source of her outbreak through medical records and the fact that she hadn't been with anybody else.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I gave some chick the clap.
Murphy said his client was relieved and vindicated by the judgment, but he said, but you can't fix it. He said she's got it for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
West, the founder and senior pastor of Houston's Church Without Walls.
Yeah.
Which
maybe a few walls would help.
To boast a congregation of more than 24,000 families, did not immediately respond.
Which STD is the clap? Is it its
Traditionally, it's I would think it's
Gonorrhea?
Gonorrhea or syphilis. I think both fall under the umbrella of the clap.
Okay.
Maybe more syphilis.
I thought it was gonorrhea.
It's gonorrhea, yeah.
Is it gonorrhea?
Uh-huh.
Why do you say it was such a...
Because I'm reading, I'm reading it.
Right now.
Yeah. It's
Gonorrhea.
sometimes known as the clap.
Yep.
Okay.
Check syphilis.
Okay.
What's syphilis known as? It's probably the plural of moose.
Jesus, and the picture next to it.
Oh, syphilis is
It
horrible.
gets you so hungry. And that's
That
pumpkin
was
spice,
awful.
Kathy.
I'm never looking at that again.
What is syphilis also known as?
Check syphilis.
He wants you to check it. All right, hang on a
Okay,
second.
hold on.
Nickname is the Great Pretender.
Like Jackson Brown.
If not treated,
Seriously?
syphilis can then progress over years to latent syphilis. But
It's
yeah,
not as gonorrhea gets the good name then, the
Yep,
clap.
That's the clap. Yep.
Avoid the clap.
Yeah.
That's great advice.
Clap on.
Jimmy Dugan.
Jimmy Dugan.
Clap on.
All right.
Clap on.
There you go, buddy.
There's the Pretender for you. All right, as we're listening to this beautiful song from Jackson Brown. Oh, keep playing it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's a great song.
Great song. It's about a social disease.
I want to remind you that you have a little less than 5 minutes to enter the word WIN, W-I-N. And
I
that,
wonder why it hurts so much when I pee.
and that is for the Crumb Bum Cash giveaway. So the word is WIN. All these
And
sores.
spray like a sprinkler.
All right, WIN is the
Dad,
word.
can I talk to you for a second?
Hey, Steve. I will give $100 to your favorite charity organization if you can tell me Jackson Brown's real first name.
For some reason, I'm hearing Bocephus.
Nope. And Jackson is his middle name.
Wow. Can I give you a hint?
Robert?
Don't, Casey, I know you looked over Preston's shoulder. No hints.
Nah. I'm a massive Jackson Brown fan.
I had no idea until
To
just
be
now.
honest, I always thought it was Jackson.
It is Clyde.
Wow. Then
Yeah.
Jackson was the way to go.
Clyde Jackson Brown, born October 9, 1948.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Clyde's a pretty cool name.
Yeah. Clyde the Glide.
I like that.
What is it, son? I just found out Jackson Brown's first name.
Clyde. Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, and I have syphilis. More about that Jackson Brown thing.
Hit that one more time if you don't mind.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Can you get it up to discharge or?
Wow, that.
No, it's where it comes from. Is it? Yeah, I think
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange...
So this is.
All right.
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
All right, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Those are two of my favorite, and we never get to play them
I
in
know.
full.
Bill doesn't like him.
But
Bill's gone.
I
in
think he
December.
doesn't care anymore. Like,
No, he
doesn't really
cares.
care.
Oh, yeah.
Does
Chuck
he?
won't care. After January, we'll be able to play
No,
it.
I think Chuck's gonna have to start caring.
But Bill's getting kind of cavalier, I think, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's- yeah, he's like,
I,
"Well,
I
whatever."
saw him grab your butt cheeks.
No.
Hey,
now,
Toots.
now he doesn't care if I'm around.
Come here, sweet cheeks.
Sweet teeth.
Sweet teeth.
Tune in Tokyo.
He's like, come here.
These don't seem even.
No, that's not me.
Bill.
Tune in Tokyo with Kathy.
You're so naughty.
All right,
Oh, God, this is disgusting.
we're taking a break. We're coming back in a moment, and we'll get the lesson question, trash, and music news. So hang tight. And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were
absorbent.
balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, like I'm thinking like second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, conserve water.
Run,
Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
Exactly.
now.
I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink. And it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a spoon?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God. It's a pleasure.
Hold on. Turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
listen. We
errant knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. That would, for me, when you see a bride,
Is it vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I thought
She's
of.
opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little... Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was... You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink stuff out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I was
the other
going male
thing.
part.
If it looked like a
Were you?
penis.
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
It's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, but they people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what,
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and
okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
Bring
Yeah.
on the stuff.
Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Bird girl. Yeah.
Oh my God. It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word
girl.
Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically a cotton swab,
right? So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to the
Yes,
Q-tip
I am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my fight
that's
song.
right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the cardboard stick?
I don't know.
What the hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but this
Holy crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ears.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little got the thing in my ear.
Man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my nose and my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about SP subpar?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so maybe that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. The band Fuel brings a shimmer on MMR. It's everything that rocks. Preston and Steve radio show. About 10:22. We see a little bit of shimmering light off of the leaves outside on the One Bella Plaza here. Our trees, as we have a nice sunny day today. Tomorrow continues to be enjoyable. 66 degrees. Temperatures are warming up until Friday, and then Saturday we cool off and we get some rain, unfortunately. We're looking at showers and high 62 on Saturday. Yuck. All right.
Yucky.
Yeah. Yucky. All right, let's give something away. We have a pair of tickets as MMR rocks our buddy Bert Kreischer, who is going to be performing. He is Tops Off World Tour, Saturday, April 27th, Santander Arena in Reading. And the question, let's go with this. What's my new 80s themed character? 215-263 WMMR. What's my new 80s themed character? Debuted this morning.
Even have a graphic.
Another one on the pile.
Yeah.
215-263 WMMR. Call now, and while you call, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills, number 1 rated haunted attraction in America. Open now through Halloween. You can get tickets and reserve your time now at thebatesmotel.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, rapper Kevin Gates spit a loogie into a willing fan's mouth during a show in Virginia on Friday. Gates responded to critics who called the act depraved and disgusting, saying they need to calm down because his original plan was to drop a deuce.
Whoa! Hey!
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce made every minute count before she left for Argentina by spending Friday evening at his home the whole night. Swift was seen leaving Kelsey's house the next morning, all smiles, with 16 new songs under her arms. And finally, PETA saying they are disgusted by Offset's birthday gift to Cardi B of 3 new Crocodile Birkin bags. Apparently, PETA has yet to learn about the 4th gift of a poodle skirt made out of real poodles.
Wow. That's your Hollywood thread. All right, we need an answer. Let's see if someone knows what's my new 80s themed character. 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Patty to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Patty.
Hi, this is Patty.
All right, Patty, what's the name of my new 80s themed character, please?
Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo, yes. Hang on just a second, Patty. We'll get your information. And besides Stott's music, what was I going to play this?
Yeah, why not?
All right, hang on a second. Oh,
Totally Presbo.
I didn't know that's what that was. All right, music news. Let's do this.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Save hundreds, even thousands on the ring of her dreams during the Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Sale. October 26, 27, 28, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Hey, Wolfgang Van Halen got married.
Oh.
Married his longtime partner, Andrea Alsop. Is that how you say her first name is spelled Andraia. Andrea.
Andrea?
Maybe it's Andrea or Andrea or...
Is she a model?
Andrea.
She looks modelly.
I have no idea.
She's a lovely young lady.
They tied the knot at their home in Los Angeles on Sunday, and it was the 8-year anniversary of their first date. They've been together for a long time.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. The musician posted a photo from his wedding, shared with the magazine, to his Instagram story with a simple red heart emoji and the infinity symbol.
I like that guy.
His mom, Valerie Bertinelli, also posted in celebration of the nuptials. People reports that Bertinelli walked Van Halen down the aisle to the tune of a song his father wrote for him before the senior Van Halen died from throat cancer in 2020. He said, the song that my father had written for me, it's an instrumental piece called 316. It'll be a nice way to include in my dad. It's a beautiful little instrumental, so I could see that working out perfectly for something like that. So good for him.
Yeah. There's a picture up on the screen here. The bride looks wonderful. He looks
gorgeous.
handsome.
Yeah. So 8 years, and they made it official. Speaking of Van Halen, David Lee Roth dropped a solo song titled Mandabala. It was recorded in 2007 with guitarist John Five for an album that has never been released. Like a dumbass, I didn't go and try and find it. It's on YouTube right now.
Well, you know who's at the helm here can scare it up in a second.
Mr. McDonough. It is called Manda Bala. So M-A-N-D-A and then Bala like Bala Kenwood.
She got married at the Punk Rock Museum.
And Any other little facts about Marissa we need to know?
She's a little firecracker, Preston.
Yeah. So
Hates the Summers.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I hate that clip more than anything. Jesus,
That's
so
like
gross.
he's hawking up a whole turkey dinner.
There's so much liquid in that class. Oh God.
Yeah. There are oil wells that generate less fluid.
Revolting.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Then.
Yeah, it's like he's coughing up a puppy.
About recording it,
Sorry about that.
John 5 said, we had so much fun doing it, and it's one of my fondest memories.
It's still alive.
The new song can be found on YouTube, apparently. So maybe we'll find it before we're up. That's what we should use to segue into each new story.
Yeah.
All right, next story.
No.
It's like, it'd be like the Intel sound, you know?
Yeah.
And the computer makes.
Oh my God.
The computer's sick. It's got a virus.
We do have that song.
Okay. All right, let's play a little bit. Here we go. I'm not expecting too much. But
No, absolutely not.
Here we go.
How can I love you if I can't trust you? Some of all my fears and more.
I don't know if that's, yeah, I'd have to hear the whole
Why
thing.
didn't they release that surefire hit?
I don't know.
Mandabala.
Mandabala.
I like it.
I wonder what that means. Is that a place?
Oh.
Mandabala.
Is it, in fact, Bala Cynwyd?
That would be cool,
I
wouldn't
wonder
it?
if like Manda is like the female version of Mondo.
Yeah. And
Means,
Bala.
send a bullet in Brazilian.
Ah.
In Brazilian.
Yeah.
I've got bullets, Preston.
Send a bullet. I'm sure you do.
I was handing them out at the camp out.
You're probably not allowed to own a weapon. All right.
There's a movie called Mandabala, and I'm not making this up. It says it's a nonfiction RoboCop depicting a very real, broken, and violent society.
It is a
non-fiction RoboCop?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a docu. Oh, Steve. Actually, this kind of seems like it's up your alley. It's a 2007 documentary about the corruption and kidnapping in Brazil. So, like those.
Oh, that's in my alley. Yeah. Freeze! I'm a futuristic police officer.
Oh my God.
I will douse you with phlegm.
Oh my God. That's what he uses as a weapon.
Did you know there's such a thing in Brazil called frog farming, where quite literally they farm frogs? And there was
what purpose?
I guess for like
to kill frogs.
Frogs' legs.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And so there was a money laundering scandal with this frog farm. And all right, you know what? We've gone so far off track.
Is this too deep?
Yeah, but that's where David Lee Roth got the term Mandabala.
Ah. Oh, so we're looking at the trailer for this movie up on the screen here.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm seeing guns and nefarious cartel types.
Okay.
It won
all around the frog industry.
It won the grand jury prize at the 2007 Sundance.
At the Froggies.
Sundance.
2007 Sundance.
Wow. All right.
Anyway.
See where David Lee Roth leads us?
Yeah. All right, one last story from music news, and that is the fact that Smashing Pumpkins and Weezer have announced a summer tour. It's in the UK, though, and Ireland for the next year. The two bands will kick off a 6-date trek in Birmingham and play in London, Dublin, Glasgow, and Manchester before wrapping June 14th in Cardiff. So if they're doing that, you never know. They might do something in the States.
Yeah.
Tickets go on sale Friday, October 20th. So if you're planning a trip over there next summer, you could see Smashing Pumpkins and Weezer. All right, there you go. It's the last story that I have for you this morning. Is there anything that I should give away right now, or are we good?
Well,
for
I mean,
now?
we still have another pair of those passes for the Cora Gala.
Then we
if you
do
wanna-
that now, yeah.
Okay, you want to do that now? Okay.
Yeah, let's go. We'll give people some time to plan to go to the event.
That's
so this
smart.
is going to be on Thursday night. And yes, we know the Phillies game is Thursday night. That's this event, the Cora Love and Action Gala, is an award ceremony. And they are giving us, the Preston and Steve Show, an award. It just so happens to fall on the same night that the Phil's 5 o'clock start happens. But the good people at Cora said, you know what? Let's put this stuff together. And they've made it into a Phillies watch party as well. And it's at the Hotel Monaco, so it's
which is cool.
Beautiful location in Center City.
And they're asking you to wear your Phil's garb.
Yeah,
so you don't have to rent a tux.
Just like you're going to a game. It was going to be a formal event, but dress like you're going to a game, and it should be food and beverage. It doesn't say that here, but there's food and beverage at the one we went to.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously people leave food outside of their rooms.
So I'm sure we can scare something up for you.
One fry?
Let's take caller number 20 at 215-263 WMMR. Also receiving awards are Senator Vincent Hughes and Cheryl Lee Ralph, which is awesome. And
She might not be there.
I don't think she's going to be there, but we will be there.
We'll be there.
So, come and get it. 215-263 WMMR. Call number 20, and it'll be it's a Phillies watch party as well. So, all right. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment, wrap up the show, and get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Video.
I'm just a small town preacher.
Duplantis.
Living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
Without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang.
Bucksco versus Delco.
This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxson Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was?
Oh, that's Aronimink.
No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know Kathy. What Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to
I will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
It's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I have closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round, and
it's
then
a
there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
Preston and Steve show. End of our program on a Tuesday morning, 10:43. What a full day this has been today. An enjoyable day. It's nice. Coming off of an exciting night last night's game, and you got today's, and everybody's getting ramped up. There's 3 gigantic events that are going on.
Crazy.
At the ballpark. At the sports complex, because you've got Flyers having their home opener tonight. We gave away tickets to that this morning. Obviously the Phils, and then you have that friendly match that's happening at the Link with somewhere in the neighborhood of 60,000 people. Man, Godspeed if you're headed out there tonight, and just prepare.
I was chatting with our buddy John Dorenzi earlier this morning, and he said because it's going to be like 50 to 55,000 Mexican fans going to the match because it's Mexico versus Germany, and he's like, I wonder how many of those Mexicans know that there's going to be a hockey game across the street and again a ball game on the other side of the street? And he's like, because they're just going for an international friendly. And
I assume a lot are coming. I mean, obviously there's a robust population here in Philadelphia, but I assume people are traveling from all over.
Yeah,
and
sure.
It's the national teams for both of those countries, so it's a big deal.
Do you guys want the free parking information real quick?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If you
Hit
are
that one more
going, beginning at 5, street parking will be free across the city. And then 4 parking garages in Center City will cost $5. The PPA has the information on their website. Parking is also free at all PPA run lots near the SEPTA Regional Rail Station. So if you're taking the train, that's going to be free. Now, the free parking ends tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So make sure you get to your car at least before 7 a.m. tomorrow. Now, 4 parking garages are offering reduced rates, and they're the 3 auto park lots, one at Independence Mall, the other at the Fashion District, one in Old City, and then one at 8th and Filbert.
Okay. All right. All that information going to be quite valuable if we headed down that way.
I think I don't have tickets, but I think I'm just going to go down and
hang.
And just
walk around.
Yeah. Stay to the very end, too. I would like to thank our guests. We had Courtney McBroom, the food consultant, for this really great show on Apple TV Plus called Lessons in Chemistry. And we had a nice local flavor with Foxy Lady Chef. Jen Zavala, who was here and brought in tamales. I haven't had tamales in a long time.
And they rocked your world.
Got some fantastic tamales from her. So what is the name of her tamale?
Juana Tamale.
Juana Tamale. That's it. Thank you very much. So she's wonderful. And then we had Joe Gatto. Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy is going to be performing at the Met on January 19th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. So, and then we gave away tickets to the core event. Like I said, we gave away Flyers tickets for tonight and a bunch of stuff. It was a really good day today. Pierre Robert's here. How you doing, man?
Excellent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Should we dive in and do the letter and then see what's going on in your world? All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
L as in logical.
All right, L is the letter, and we have a 4-pack of tickets and a photo op with John Cleese for his show, An Evening with the Late John Cleese, Wednesday, October 25th. At the Kimmel Center, and it's at the Kimmel Center Academy of Music, and tickets are available now at KimmelCulturalCampus.org. So we'll give that away on Friday, which is cool. How you doing, man?
Excellent. KimmelCulturalCampus.org.
Org.
That's what I thought.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it is. KimmelCulturalCampus.org. That's also where you can get tickets. I wanted to remind everyone that the Jerry Blavitt show is coming up this Saturday.
Yeah.
And I'm honored that I will be one of the co-hosts.
Jackie, right?
Jackie, I believe, and myself, and Alicia Viterilli, and another gentleman. And I don't know who the other host is, but there are 4 of us that will be co-hosting it. and all these cool older bands, and Low Cut Connie will be there too.
That's terrific. Yeah.
When I went to the first time I saw Low Cut Connie, a very hot band of today, was at one of the Geeters shows, and he had seen them, and he loved the way Adam moves, Adam Weiner, the frontman, and it reminded him of Jerry Lee Lewis. So he wanted to have him on one of the shows. So they opened one of the shows. I go, God, that's an amazing band. And they fit right in to the theme of the evening, so they will be there. And I have a special announcement, too. Do we have any music?
Yeah, you want to set like special announcement, drum roll, and then fanfare and all that stuff?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hang on a second here. You give us the announcement. Is the fanfare ready?
I'm ready.
All right, hit the announcement, and then we'll hit the fanfare.
The breaking news is the last radio program to be done out of Geeter Gold Studios was by me.
Oh! Wow, okay.
And Jackie. And we are going to run that show on this radio station Sunday morning.
Oh, wow.
At 7 a.m. from 7 to about 10. I went to see the great man's studio. I had dinner with his girlfriend, Keely. And she's just the greatest. And I dropped her off, and she's, at his house or his compound. And I said, could I just see his condo?
Yeah.
And we went up several flights up, and she showed me the pad, which was amazing. And then she said, you want to see his studio? And I go, it's in the house? In his condo complex on 22nd floor, whatever it was, he lost his lease for his studio downtown, and he just bought the condo next door and turned that into his studio.
Wow.
And the whole floor is Geeter floor. I mean, there's gold records all, as soon as you get off the elevator, it's like Geeter floor.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And so he bought a one-bedroom condo across from his condo and turned that into his studio. And so in there, in what was the living room, is this board and records effing everywhere. But I mean, not in any fashion organized. They make me look like Martha Stewart.
Wow.
I mean, there were stacks of 45s. You could put them on your finger, but no sleeves for any jacket. They're just piled on top of each other. And LPs, but mostly 45s, and this console and microphone. And Keely said, you ought to do a show from here. I go, I don't know, I'm not worthy. She goes, you ought to. And then we talked to them a month or so later, and before they broke it down, Jackie and I went in there and did the last radio show. We taped it. It has not been heard, but it will be heard 7 a.m., thanks to Bill Weston, from 7 to 10 the day after the tribute show. So
that's pretty amazing.
This Sunday on this station. And so if you tune in at 9 a.m. and go, what is going on over there?
It's a special honor.
It's a special, very special. With Jackie and me, we did a radio show out of Geeter's studio.
Playing like doo-wop and stuff like that?
Yeah. We brought some of our own stuff, too, but mostly it's the records that we just found all over his studio. And we just opened, it was like, like cutting cards. You take a stack of 45s, move one and go, oh, this looks good. And who is this? The Duprees. I don't know, the whoever's. And
the whoever's were great.
The whoever's were amazing, and Geeter discovered them. But the scratches, you'd start every record. I mean, it made my vinyl cut look like they were all brand new records. I mean, it just was quite an amazing experience. And Pancake put it all, edited it all together, and we're going to run it Sunday morning.
Wonderful. That sounds like it'll be fun.
I think it'll be fun.
Excellent.
So that's coming up. The show Saturday, the radio show on MMR Sunday. And on the program today, our last week of Crumb Bum Cash coming at noon. Another chance for $1,000 and blocks of Boston and Ghost and Genesis today.
That'll be nice. Excellent.
Go.
Thank you, Pierre. Case, we got to give away Tattoos Day.
Yes, we do.
And we did have a winner, and we would like to congratulate our winner of Tattoos Day this week, Seth Friedland. And Seth is from Emerald, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with Emerald, Pennsylvania?
Is that near Penhurst?
It's near Sapphire.
Oh, it's right next to Sapphire.
Oh, there you go.
Down the road from Diamond.
No, I'm not really familiar with
It's
it.
in Lehigh County.
It's in Lehigh County.
Oh, that was way
near
off.
Ruby.
So gateway to Williamstown.
It's from a county by Sapphire.
So congratulations to Seth. We are going to set you up, my man. And I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow on this program, it's a Wednesday, so Fox Good Day, secret text word. And the Philadelphia Film Festival. We have Andrew Greenblatt. We'll check in and see what's in store there.
Always interesting.
Most definitely. Oh, and one more thing. Go Phils.
Go
yeah! That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.